you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's Work Zone Awareness Week, Florida. Every year, lives are lost in work zones because of speeding and distractions. When you see orange cones, remember, slow down, follow the signs, and stay focused. Workers are counting on you to get home safely, and so are their families. Let's work together to prevent crashes and save lives. A safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation. Slow your roll. Safety's the goal.
Hey, it's Megan here for the Glass Chamber, my local smoke shop. All things vape and all things smoke, exotic sodas, Puffco, Mike Tyson wraps, Raz, HQD, and always the newest disposables. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With the latest and greatest in the industry, why wouldn't you? 8 convenient locations. Just visit GlassChamberFL.com and buy the best quality glass pieces and accessories from your favorite store online and have it shipped directly to your home. That's the Glass Chamber, your and my local smoke shop.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around with just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword GREEN at realradio921.com. That's green. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Hope you guys had a good morning. Listen to Rover and his organization as they got you out of the gate, I hope, fast and furious, and got a new keyword. We'll find out what the new keyword is for the 10 o'clock hour. Hopefully somebody wins $1,000. We're going to have tickets for you today for Rockville. That's coming at you. Thursday and Friday, you guys get 2 for 1 Who doesn't want a 2-for-1 or 2-on-1, depending what you're into? You got tickets. You're going to get a gift card for Burton Max's or a gift card for New York Prime. That's going to be on Thursday and Friday. Tomorrow's May 1st, so you got another week and a half to plan something for your mom. Don't drop the ball. Make sure you make some plans and get your life in check. Dominic's in the house.
Hey there, G-Man.
What is up, Domster?
The key word for this hour is green. And you take that to realradio921.com and you enter it there.
Green. There it is, people. Green. And that's what you'll get. You'll get some green. It's the only time I think the color green's popular. Masters Week and when you get cash.
My favorite color.
Is it really?
Yep.
I never knew that. Really? Green's
Mhm.
I like green too. Francis is here.
What's up?
Is green really your favorite color?
It is my favorite color.
But you don't wear green a lot, do you?
I don't. I wear a lot of neutral colors. I'm not very, very bright, but I do have some like green dresses and stuff. But yeah, I like green's my favorite.
What do you think of green? Do you have any green dresses?
Emerald's my birthstone, which is green. I like green.
All right.
It always has been.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let me write that down. She likes green. 877-927-6969. If you knew Franny liked green, let us know.
Sure they didn't. We've never really talked about what's your favorite color, G-Band? Is it orange like Sinatra?
No. I like black, but black's not officially a color, so I guess I would go with dark blue.
I was gonna say blue. Yeah. What about you, Dom?
Mine's like kind of like the ocean color, like that.
Like a turquoise?
Yep.
Oh, that's
Aqua?
pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Aqua, very
Like
nice.
Miami Dolphin
aqua.
blue?
Like the Miami Dolphins.
Yep.
Ooh, yeah. Dolphins. Panthers play tonight. Speaking of Florida teams, it's the only team we can really root for. Game 5 tonight up in Tampa. You could hear it on Real Radio. The game starts at 7:30. I think the puck drops at 7:30, but the pregame starts at 7. Correct?
Sounds right.
Yeah. Don't sound excited. But the Panthers tonight.
I wasn't sure, but it sounds right.
Yes.
Well, I think it's usually a half game pregame. The
Yep.
Gators one is the big pregame. Gators is always 2 hours before. There's some colleges like Alabama and Ohio State. They have like 5-hour pregame shows. It's crazy.
That's a lot. It's not, to me, it just doesn't feel necessary to have that long of a pregame.
And after the show, like 5 hours.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I knew somebody at iHeart who worked there in the Alabama.
Oh, Alabama.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Gator Bob.
And Gator Bob's a nice guy. I haven't seen him in years.
I know, it's been a while.
And he would say like it was like a 5-hour pregame, like 1 o'clock games. They would or 12. They would go on like 7 in the morning, and then after the game like 4 would be like 5 hours. Boards be full of calls, and they should have did the. I mean, there's like unbelievable passion. Could you imagine that? Like 10 hours of pregame and post. Oh, I go crazy. I don't think there's a subject you could talk about for 10 hours.
I mean, I'm sure they bounce around like you do on a sports show. There's other things besides sports, but yeah, it just seems unnecessary. It just seems unnecessary.
I mean, that's really mailing it in.
Too long.
So if you guys want to call us, you can at 877-927-6969. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. Today is Thursday. We are getting close to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Get ready to lose my ass. But that's why it's good if you have 2 good cheeks. Because if you lose one, you can always get the other one back. How much are drinks at the Derby?
So people were complaining about looking at the prices, and I'm like, man, maybe it's because we live in South Florida. I'm not shocked by pricing. And so I guess if you're in Kentucky or you're in the South or Midwest or whatever, you're not used to drinks being as expensive because places like New York, Florida, California, you're just like, yeah. To me, just like, okay, not nuts. But yes, people saw what the pricing was going to look like, and they revealed this on Monday morning. And they're like, yeah, visitors were just like, holy moly, these aren't cheap. They're not cheap, but it's normal for if we go to a sporting event.
If I went to the Derby, I would put up Formula One's prices as we can too.
The Old Forester, which is a bourbon, mint julep, $22.
Yep, typical.
Right? Woodford Reserve Spire, which I don't know. I got to see what's in that. $22. Herradura, which is a tequila. Woodford is a bourbon. Herradura Horseshoe Margarita, $22. The Oaks Lily, which I know that's always there. I can't remember what's in that drink. $22. Got to look it up. Premium cocktails, $19. A glass of, see, this is kind of because Kendall Jackson. Chardonnay, $18. Kendall Jackson Pinot Noir, $18, a bit pricey. A White Claw, $14. And I wonder if it's the big White Claws, if it's the little ones. Yeah, because a premium beer, is it big? Is it little? $14. Domestic, $13. Red Bull, crazy, $6. A bottle of water, $5. To me, I was like, these are South Florida prices. But people are just like, God, it's so expensive.
I think if those were big sizes, they would say it in the menu. Like, you know what I mean? So
it doesn't really say, but when you go to a concert, like I think they do the bigger cans, and it doesn't say it's a big one.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's anything crazy. But again,
I don't either.
We could be able to go down to Formula One this weekend.
But that's what they say. They're like 2001. But yeah, 2001. They said back in 2001 you could purchase a beer for $7.
Yeah.
And it came in a 14-ounce yard cup. They claim here. So from $7 now, it's basically doubling it. But here we are, 2025.
Yeah, it's 24 years later.
Yeah.
Tariffs. Blatant tariffs.
Yeah. I mean, 2 years ago. Yeah.
Even though that's right, that's domestic and all the bourbons are from the U.S. We'll still blame the tariffs.
Imagine if they said that as a representative of Kentucky Derby, and we're blaming it on.
But I guess, but it doesn't make a difference because some bourbons are pricey. But they say they're like, here we are in Kentucky where they make bourbons. Why is it so expensive? It doesn't matter how close a vicinity is where your distillery is going to be.
All right, so if you go to Derby, first of all, you got extra cash because it's expensive.
It is, but you can go there. You can go there inexpensively. You can.
Okay, so even if you go in for the day,
Yes.
I think a ticket's like $50-$60.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Yeah, but most days the track's free. You just walk in, you don't pay admission. So the people who go to the track, they think it's a lot of money. They just do. They're like, yeah, I get it. And anything in life that you pay one price, you got to pay another price for a different day. In your mind, you're like, I'm getting ripped off. And you're going to gamble. So if you're gambling, you're really going to bitch about a $20 drink to me, then you shouldn't be there. Sorry. I mean, that's $20 is normal. I really think, it's not like if it was 40, 50, then you'd be like, man, I'm getting hammered. But yeah, I mean, people are going to say something no matter what. And they're going to put the menu out there and people are going to say something. I didn't say anything about like food and everything. Like the Masters, everybody talks the food's very inexpensive.
And very good.
Yeah. And it's very reasonable. They don't change it. But you get hammered on other things. So, I mean, it's either way you're paying. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
The Derby thing is that most people go all day, so you can get there as early as I think we got there 8 or 9 o'clock. I can't remember. Maybe it's 9, and the race is until 6.
Wow.
So yeah, if you're sitting there all day, you're gonna spend some money. You definitely
Yeah,
are.
like I'm looking right now. So to get a Derby and Oaks 2-day pass starts at $205. To go to the Oaks right now, and this is because it looks like it's sold out. So when you went to the Derby website, they send you to secondary, and they have like ticket exchange you can do too through Ticketmaster. But the Oaks $78, that's on Friday, and then the Derby $112. And we're talking, as I mentioned, this is secondary market, so I'm sure face value. It's not that expensive, but of course you can get a very expensive ticket because there's levels.
Oh yeah, you like anything else, you could play premium and you go for a lot of money. But it's a great event if you like sports. It's something that I highly recommend if you ever get a chance to go. And it's a party all day, great atmosphere. There's so many people, and the one thing I would say is just be patient because you're going to wait for everything.
Yeah, so another cool thing with the Derby, R.I.P. Toby Keith, died way too young. But I didn't know this. So they're saying that Toby Keith's Kentucky Derby dream is coming true. And unfortunately, he's not here to see it. But the horse that's starting at gate 15 during the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby has long odds to win. And so, G-Man, you might want to bet on this horse. They said to win the first Triple Crown race of 2025, but they said it might be a pick with the most sentimental value on the field. It's Render Judgment, because Render Judgment is owned by Dream Walkin' Farms, which was run by the late country music superstar Toby Keith. And so they said that, he loves horses. He's got beer for more horses, should have been a cowboy, the guy. But they said that this is going to be the first Kentucky Derby entrant from his
stable,
from his farm. Yeah, the Oklahoma-based thoroughbred and racing operation that he started back in 2001. So that's how long he's had it.
That's good enough for me.
2001. They said it was his dream, began the caption to a post on his official Instagram account announcing Render Judgment's inclusion as one of the 20 horses in the 2025 Kentucky Derby lineup. Render Judgment is going to the Kentucky Derby. He worked so hard to finally have one there. Toby will have the best seat in the house to watch it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a pound of 15.
Mm-hmm.
We'll check what the odds are on that. and we'll see what happens. Yeah, I really don't need a reason to bet a long shot, but it's a nice story.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wins, you can say it all Saturday night. Oh, that was Toby Keith's horse. This is front of the stable.
Is the Derby on the Hard Rock app?
Oh, no, it's not. They don't have horse racing. They don't have horse racing. I don't believe they do.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, you can check. I don't think they do because it's
That's unfortunate.
It's with the other way that you can bet on horses. There's a different one you could download, but I don't think the Derby is. I don't think they do any horse racing. To be honest with you, I could be mistaken, but I don't think so. I don't think.
I don't see it.
No. Nope, I don't think so. Because you're allowed to bet on other sites.
I mean, they got NASCAR, motor racing, they got rugby, what's snooker? They got snooker.
That's when you're making out with
but
somebody.
I don't see horse racing.
Snooker's when you're making out with somebody and you only kissed their neck. And you use whipped cream.
Yeah.
No, they don't have horse racing.
Cricket, darts, but you can't get any horses on here. Well,
If you want to bet, you can bet at the Palm Beach Kennel Club starting Friday.
Yeah.
And Gulfstream. And then you could download a couple things. And if you're a first-time bettor, you could check that a lot of the horse racing apps, they give you, like, you can put up, like, I don't know what it is, $50 and you get 100 free bets. They always do that for the Derby. So if you're interested, look around. I'm not going to give them free ads because they should buy them. But you can look around, you can get that. And there's another one, too, that all my friends bet on the horses. I didn't think horse racing was at the Hard Rock. Because it's at different ones.
It's not.
Yeah. So, but those are two places you could bet legally. And that's what it is.
I wonder because it's not on the Hard Rock app, but I wonder do they do anything at the Hard Rock itself?
To watch it?
At the sports book, yeah.
They may.
They are live,
Yeah.
not on the app.
Maybe. I don't know.
Because I'm sure they're going to have it on television. I mean, right? You'd be silly not to.
Yeah. I don't know if they promote it because it's not one of their things. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe reach out to Hard Rock and say, you guys do anything for the Derby? I'm sure they have some kind of a Derby party.
I'm sure they got a Derby party.
Yeah, there's all the restaurants.
You'd be silly
have
not to.
Yeah, there's a lot of restaurants are having Derby parties and different things and, food and whatever. $100, watch the race. And it usually starts around 4 o'clock. People start gathering.
Yeah, because what's the race at 6:57 or something weird like that?
Oh, yeah. It's
right? I think it's 6:57.
Oh, my God. It's so brutal waiting for that race. You're like, yeah, we went one year. And I told Johnny we got in there. I said, I'm not betting the early races. I'm just going to lay low, hang out, and just enjoy. And he started betting. And then, of course, I jumped in. Oh, my God. By the time the race started, even if I hit the race, I couldn't have bailed out.
Oh, man.
Oh, it was bad. We got crushed. I got crushed. I'm betting long shots, though. So that's the whole thing. And it was all chalk. So when it's all chalk, just like Sunday when we went for 6 races at Gulfstream, all of us, we didn't hit one. One of my buddies was so upset, even the way home. I'm like, dude, it's gambling.
Mm-hmm.
You got to figure you're going to lose. She goes, what the blank do you do it? I'm like... And he's driving home. He's so pissed. He's slamming his dash. And then we had one race where we got close. And it was when we got close. We hit a trifecta. I said yesterday, but we still lost money. How bad is that? When you hit a trifecta and you still lose, if anybody who's bet knows that, that's a bad day. But yeah, it was just so funny that he got that bad. I was cracking up. I said, dude, just calm down. Relax. Take a deep breath. I said, go have an ice cream. You'll feel better. I said, when I lose big, that's what I do. I have an ice cream, and I kick back, and I relax a little.
And you hand some out to the kids, too.
Yeah, I did. That was nice of me. I didn't do that on purpose, though. Let's not make like I was a pillar of society.
But you could have said no. You could have been a jerk, and you weren't. You were nice to the kids.
I can't say no to kids. I feel bad.
Oh.
I do. The one girl was so sweet. She pulled on my shirt. She was like, Mister.
Hey, Mister.
Can you make me? And I was like, yeah. Then the other kid's like, make it.
And then you're like, after that, kid, if you had one more, and then I'm done.
I did.
No more kids.
I was going to set up a tip jar.
Shut up.
I got what do you call that? Bad memories? Because when I was a kid, I used to work at Great Adventure, lemon ice stands. Oh my God. And I used to put my head, I told Franny years ago and Johnny, in the freezer. So deep down, and you would look up. The line was it never stopped. I remember it was by the Ferris wheel. Oh, and everybody's screaming at you, lemon, cherry.
Couldn't do it.
We used to have to go home and put our arms in ice because, at the end of the day, oh my God, we made great money. We were kids. But still, I just still remember that. And when I started, digging the ice cream, when's the last time you made ice cream cone? I mean, I can't remember last time I made a cone.
So I'm thinking you actually had to dig for the ice cream. I'm thinking it's like one of those like soft serve things where you just lever and you're done.
No, at the buffet they have a lot of different desserts.
Yeah, but they make you dig your own ice cream. I've never seen that at a buffet.
Me either.
I feel like that's, I don't know, kind of unsanitary because your hand can get in it and touch it and stuff.
Your hand, but they have the scooper and the water thing. You put in there.
All right, yeah, because every time, most at the buffets I've seen are the machines.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
It's just like a lever.
No, I think
I didn't know you were scooping.
Yeah, I think she could have did it as a machine. Yeah, there was like
of course.
4 or 6 different flavors.
Well, I'm glad because can you imagine how disgusting that is with little kids putting their hands in there and stuff?
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I just took the whole thing away.
Some things, shouldn't be like that in buffets.
I didn't want to think about that.
Well, sorry about that.
That's like you ended up with a girl one night, and then the next night your friend goes, "I was for Thursday." I'm like, "Great." Quick analogy. I didn't even think about that, Freddie. I'll be honest with you. That's why I guess they were hard. They were young too. They were like, I don't know, 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And to scoop it up and everything like that. And then the girl's like, because I had like chocolate chip coffee, and she's like, "How's that?" So I didn't want her to take mine. I'm like, "Oh, it's not good."
Terrible.
Get the other.
Get the strawberry.
Well, you look, there was 4 containers, and the strawberry there was barely touched. The other one's chocolate vanilla, chocolate chip, and strawberry. Tom's got his hands in his head.
Lying to kids now about
I didn't lie.
Ice cream
Just
flavor.
so they won't eat his, like, what are you going to eat, the whole tub of ice cream?
Well, you never know. I might go back if I lost another race. But she said thank you, and I thought that was so kind. The 2 kids said thank you. 1 kid just walked away. He had an attitude.
No manners.
Yeah. I was like, what are you from Boca? Look at Tom. Last night, we did go out to dinner for our birthday celebrations.
We did. Thank you, Greek, for a very nice dinner.
We had a very nice time. Again, I'm working on saying the right things to people. So I'll tell Franny stuff, and she'll be like, I don't know if that's a great thing to say. So I met some of my friends last night.
I knew you were going to. Greek's like, I'm going to stay here tonight. I was like, no. I was like, you were totally, because you said your friends were hounding you, going, I can't believe you're going up to Palm Beach, da-da-da. And I was like, we know you're going to meet your friends afterwards. People will call you at 10 o'clock at night or midnight and be like, all right, I'll meet you there. So I knew it. You're like, no, I'm not. And here you go. Telling us that you did. You can't go home. What time? We left at like 8:30?
Yeah.
9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was young. I just,
you know what I did? I went home, I took a shower, I went to bed.
Yep.
Well, again, you have a life, you have family, your dogs, your husband. I come home to nothing but a bunch of Armani Blazers. It's sad. So anyway, I was saying to him, I go, I had a good time with them tonight. I work with them, I had a good time. I said, I can't remember the last time I had a good time with a bunch of friends out to dinner. My buddy was like, didn't we just go out Monday night?
Thanks, dude.
Thanks.
I said, but you guys bore me. I got to be honest with you. I go, let's watch the game. Let's hang out, everything like that.
I know, we didn't watch the game. Didn't even look at scores.
Yeah, nothing.
I'm focused. I mean,
And there was televisions at that one honor bar over there. I didn't popped in.
I didn't even know. Well, there's a pretty girl at the table. I don't care. I mean, it's really not important. It really isn't. And then when can you be with good friends? Games come and go. There's games all the time. Check your phone or whatever. Focus on what you're doing, Dom. Come on. They had a good hot fudge sundae. It was bigger than I anticipated.
It was very, very big. Yes, it was.
And Franny said that.
I did.
And the woman walked
There's
by.
a story.
And I said, she's talking about the ice cream.
You can check it, Real Radio 921. I posted a couple stories from the night on our Instagram page.
No, it was a good time. And the food was good. Great place, great atmosphere, good vibe in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of professional people.
Busy. Very slammed.
Yeah, a lot of professional people, if you know what I mean.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
Looking at me like I was one.
I don't think they were.
I don't know. I mean, they gave me the up and down. When I got up to the table. I got up from our table to go use the restroom, and 2 women just kind of got up, and I was like, I mean, from head to toe, I got the up down. And I was just like, just smiled at him, kept on walking.
You should have said, I'm not a pro.
You know what?
Like that. They were probably looking like, who's this coming our
like I'm in the corner
in
with
the
2
back.
guys. Yeah.
And she's like, what's going on? Imagine if she said something to you like, what's your story? And you would have been like, what?
This is my turf.
This is my turf. I work here in Breakers. I got from here to Breakers. You get on the other side. Yeah, we don't know if they were pros.
We don't. We kid.
We kid, but they could have been. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some pros in the area. They're very discreet.
Yes, of course. We talked about it not that long ago. I mean, somebody got busted in that area.
That's right. They did.
I think it was Meat Market.
Because I had a sign Do not promote this.
Oh my goodness.
Not doing this at all. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Man, this week went quick.
Today's Wednesday.
Oh, God.
I wrote that on time here because I thought he said Thursday earlier
Yeah,
too.
you probably did.
I thought it was Thursday.
Nope, it's
Nope.
Wednesday.
I guess I'm so itching to lose money on Saturday. I'm trying to push today up. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Some WWGD later. Also, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to Rockville. And you also always have a chance to win $1,000 from Rover. The word this hour is green. Green. If you guys win, my boss said I don't have to mention this anymore. So try to win. If you're sick of me saying this, or just sick of me, try to win. And then we don't have to say it anymore. Tom's my boss, so whatever he says, I do.
Try to win.
Try to win. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Man, I can't believe I said Thursday. I got to get my head checked.
Okay.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Here's a post that was on Reddit. I started just wearing thongs for the first time recently. Originally because I was tired of VPL on leggings. I don't even know what that is.
Visible panty line.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is
all right.
not what I was going to go with for PL.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
An accident just reported Prosperity Farms Road at PGA Boulevard. A crash on Southern Boulevard eastbound at Seminole Pratt Whitney Road has cleared. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
And now, a Progressive ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big with Progressive. This has been a Progressive ad from Progressive. See if you could save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE or Progressive.com.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around with just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Wilmer Valderrama and Freddie Rodriguez welcome another amigo to their podcast, Dos Amigos. Wilmer's friend and former That 70s Show castmate Topher Grace stops by the Speakeasy for a 2-part interview to discuss his career and reminisce about old times.
We were still in that place of like, what will this experience become? And you go, you're having the best time you're ever gonna have. Yeah. But it was like such a perfect golden time.
Listen to Dos Amigos on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dos Amigos.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Today is Thursday. We are getting close to the Kentucky Derby.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
I mean, that's good, but you should have put the part in where you guys both said it's Wednesday.
I honestly did not pay attention.
That was the first time.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention that time.
The second time you did?
What?
No, the first time?
Well, the second time, yes. Because I caught it. I didn't catch it the first time. You said Thursday.
Are you sure I said Thursday in the beginning?
Yeah,
that was the first time.
That was the first time.
No.
That wasn't the time that we corrected you, which was the second time.
All right, well, it's Wednesday. I should have figured it out. Today's the last day of April, so you have some...
Yep, tomorrow it's gonna be May.
Wasn't that a song?
Yeah, that's what they always have the meme with Justin Timberlake.
Oh, really?
From NSYNC, because it's gonna be me. You've never seen it?
Yeah, I did.
May.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So smart. Oh, my God.
I don't know if that's being smart. It's just being silly.
It's gonna be May. So if you got anything to do in April, bitch, you better get it done today. You got some time. It is the Penthouse.
You don't have time.
Well, you got today.
You do. You do.
Today.
Hurry up.
Hurry up. It is the Penthouse. You will not get this kind of show anywhere in the United States of America. Maybe someplace else, but not in America. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
And hats off to Francis. Hello.
Hi.
And hats off to you. Time for a trifecta in this day in history.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, there was some baseball and basketball last night. Also some NHL hockey, but we only care when the Panthers play. But the Yankees won last night. Big game. They started off the game with 3 home runs in a row. Second time they've done that this year, and they end up beating the Orioles 20-9. Our Marlins, tough night in L.A. Maybe they went sightseeing. They got beat 15-2. That couldn't be the score from Monday night, right? Had to be last night. Jesus. They're doing NBA playoffs. Detroit, they beat the Knicks at the Garden. They have a good record at Madison Square Garden this year. They're 3-1, so that series now is 3-2. Boston sent the Mouse packing. They ended up beating Orlando. That series is over. The Pacers ended up winning, so the Bucks are home. They're finished. Denver and the Clippers. Denver won over the Clippers, so that series is now 3-2. Tonight, you got the Warriors playing. They are taking on the Rockets. And that should be an interesting game. See what happens if the Rockets get a W. They are home. But if not, then the Warriors will be moving on to the next round with Steph Curry. And I hate to say it, but also with Jimmy Butler. That's what's going on in your NBA playoffs. Some more talk about Sanders and what happened in the draft and all the blame that should go around to him and his dad. And there was a couple NFL teams that they were never going to even pick him. They took him off the board. Completely. Now, he adds to his problems. We all have said that. Anybody following it? The other night, he had a draft party, and suppose he was walking around with a Louis Vuitton bag with $1 million in there. They thought it was $100,000.
Yeah.
But his brother
There's
said
pictures of everywhere. It's like a little trunk.
Yeah. So his brother said no, it was $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
But he said it was gifted to him. I don't know who gifted it, but still. But that adds to his drama.
Yeah.
And why people, are just not going to be cool with him. It's going to be tough for him.
Like, if he's like this now,
oh yeah,
this young, wait.
Yep. And he's not even stepping into money.
Yeah.
Because for he's going to get obviously some sponsorships if he plays, and there's no guarantee he's going to make the team either. But he's slated to make $5 million over the next 4 years. He made $6 million in Colorado was last year. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't think you're going to be able to talk to him in any shape or form unless he gets some humble pie. But it doesn't look good for him to be changing. And when he has that kind of party and he's showing it all over social media, people are going to comment and they're going to say exactly what they said. This is why we didn't want him on our team. This is why we didn't draft him. He's out of control. So, again, sometimes you reap what you sow in life. I know we all have. I have. And there's been situations where you're like, man, maybe I shouldn't have done that. The draft's over. Maybe he just feels like, hey, what else can they do to me now? But he's going to get along, hopefully, with his new teammates. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. Now over to Franny for This Day in History.
All right, back in the day on April 30th, 22 years ago, in 1803, France sold the United States all of the land from Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. The massive real estate deal is known as the Louisiana Purchase. Cost $15 million. That was about 4 cents an acre. Good deal. Pretty good deal.
Can't bitch about that.
86 years ago, 1939, Lou Gehrig played his 2,130th consecutive game and his last. The Iron Horse didn't miss a day of work for nearly 14 years.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. But of course, we know that the ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease is what they call it. His body got too weak for him to keep on going. 50 years ago, 1975, the U.S. officially lost the Vietnam War as the South Vietnamese capital, Saigon, fell to the commies. 33 years ago, 1992, the final episode of The Cosby Show aired after 8 seasons. 44 million people watched. I will say, man, Bill Cosby, not a good dude, but that was one show as a kid before we knew all that bad stuff that my family always sat around the television to watch, was The Cosby Show.
The whole country did.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody knew anything about him until years later.
Of course.
You know, so I mean, everybody watched that. Everybody loved him.
32 years ago, 1993, Monica Seles was stabbed in the back
Sad.
with a boning knife during a tennis match in Germany. They said the attacker was an obsessed fan of Steffi Graf, who Monica recently beat at the Australian Open. They said Seles didn't play professional tennis again for nearly 3 years.
I don't blame her.
Yep.
That in itself, every time you walk on a court, you probably have a fear.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, God forbid.
28 years ago, 1997, the coming out episode of the Ellen DeGeneres sitcom Ellen aired on ABC. 21 years ago, 2004, Michael Jackson pleaded not guilty to charges of child molestation, including giving alcohol to a minor. Then they said June 13, 2005, he was found not guilty on all 14 charges. 17 years ago, 2008, after only dating for 6 weeks, I didn't realize it was that quick. Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon got married in the Bahamas.
And they've never had a fight.
I didn't realize it was that 6 weeks. They got married after that.
Oh, he wanted to hook that up quick.
They divorced. Yeah, but they 8 years, right? For
Oh,
6
yeah.
weeks. They divorced in 2016.
She divorced. He wasn't letting go of that.
16 years ago, 2009. That dude still wants kids. More.
I know.
He said it. I'm like, dude,
He
calm
said-
down.
He said 20.
Jesus. 16 years ago, 2009, American automaker Chrysler filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Italian automaker Fiat bought them. The company is now called Stellantis. 7 years ago, 2018, Leonardo DiCaprio had a new species of water beetle named after him because of all of his efforts to protect the environment. They said it was found on the island of Borneo, and it's named, I'm going to mess this up, Grovelinus Leonardo DiCaprio. 7 years ago, in 2018, same year, Avengers Infinity War claimed the record for the biggest opening of all time with an opening weekend haul of $258.2 million, which then was shattered by another Avengers movie, Endgame, that they made $350 million. Opening weekend.
Wow.
And that's what happened this day in history.
Thank you, Francis. Great job. As always, we do it once a show to reflect the day we're in. Today is April 30th. Tomorrow's the first of the month, and usually a day when your rent is due, or other things. Lawrence Taylor was an icon, Hall of Famer for the New York Giants. War number 56. They retired his number. The Giants' new pick for Carter from Penn State wanted to wear 56. What do you think LT said?
Maybe he made an exception.
He said, hell no! You're not taking 5'6", pal. He goes, I'm not giving that up.
What was the guy that made the exception on the Titans for Cam Ward? His number one is
Warren Moon. Yep, Warren Moon did. Some guys do. LT said, nah, he's doing that. I think that's it. And I've seen LT locally. He's at a couple cigar bars. He's a very nice guy. Always makes time for everybody. Very friendly. But I thought that was great when I saw him saying, yeah, no way. You weren't wearing 5'6". Come on. It ain't happening. But yeah, the player wanted to ask him. I just reached out and LT was like, nah, you're not wearing 5'6", pal. You got to earn that. 88 was with Dallas. They changed that a little because they were going to retire it. And there was a lot of great 88s. And then they just kept Michael Irvin, Drew Pearson, Hall of Famer, Des Bryant. CeeDee Lamb, is he 88? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
I don't think he is. But they had 3 or 4 at the Cowboys. But LT said no. A lot of players, everybody's different about it. Some players are like, cool. Some players are not. When Aaron Rodgers came to the Jets, Joe Namath said he would give up 12. Like, let him wear it again. Still means the number's retired, but the player's only wearing it while they're active, obviously. But Lawrence Taylor said no. I like LT. I like that he said, no, I ain't doing that. Sorry. See you later. 877-927-6969. Formula One this weekend. The hype is getting big for that also. If you thought the Derby prices were high, check their menus. You'll need your 401k times 2 to get in and to buy things. Everything. Their swag might be more expensive than Liv's. And Liv's is high. You were there. But Formula One, they got some expensive stuff. My buddy was showing me their website the other night, and wow, hats and everything like that. Like, when was a hat like $90, $80? I mean, it just seems like yesterday it was 25, or, 30, 90, 80. I'm like, my God, that's a lot to me for a hat. And obviously, if you want shirts or anything like that, and just like you said, the Jupiter where to play golf, their stuff's a lot, right?
Yeah, when I was at the Live Golf, I went to the Trump Doral golf shop, and in there was $70 for a hat.
It's crazy. Yeah.
That's a lot.
It is.
I mean, even the place where you guys work, what is it? The
TGL.
Yeah, their prices are expensive for shirts too. I mean, like the days of a shirt, like $30 for a T-shirt, it's gone. I mean, a guy goes with his kids. I don't even know how they could afford it. I mean, you really, with tickets and concessions and parking and get them a shirt, it's crazy the amount of money. But yeah, if you think Kentucky Derby prices are a lot, check out Formula One this weekend. That's going to be a huge event. They will set records again. They always do. Tons of people will be down there. I don't think it's supposed to be super, super hot this weekend, and that's one of the problems they've had in the past. So they did say the temperature should be pretty mild for this time of year for us. And that's something that the people who have gone to the event in the past have really complained about. But again, it's a great event. It's in our backyard. Great publicity for Miami and for Florida. And I'm sure millions of people are going to be watching and checking it out and be down there.
So speaking of a lot of money for a teenager, this is a lot of money, and it's crazy what people will spend their money on. And I saw some pictures. It's kind of cute. So there is this one 18-year-old from the UK, and she has found a very unique side hustle. Her name is Ella, and she trained her 3 pet rats. Yes, she has pet rats to paint. She taught them how to paint by guiding their paws with baby food. And she said she's now making good money selling these paintings. Her 3 rats, Rumple, Reed, and Goobler, or Gobler, I don't know. They painted a few pictures on 7x7 canvases, and she decided to list them for sale on a couple websites, and one in particular is called Vinted. So one of her posts was found by someone and shared on X, and it went viral in a big way, grabbing over 6 million views. The paintings she had listed, because of that, it became popular in that. They said the paintings that she had listed, and she started getting requests. So now she's sold over 120 rat paintings that her rats made, and she's made over $1,300 from them.
Way to bring in the cheese.
Right? She said, they're like, well, what is she doing with the money? Like any good business person, she's reinvested part of her profits into her growing business, and she bought more rats to start painting. So now she's using her rats to make her money.
That's amazing.
But it's like good for her, right?
Who
I mean,
would've
people do it
thought
with dogs. They do it with dogs and cats as influencers. A lot of people have quit their jobs by making their dogs famous and making content.
Crazy.
And I do understand it's not all the dogs. There's a lot of work that goes into these fun videos that people make of their puppies. Like one in particular, I watch a guy and a golden. This dude, Teddy, like they make good money. They really do. But he comes up with creative ways, creative stories, little different things that you can do. But yeah, this girl, she taught her rats to paint, and now she's making, like G-Man said, cheese.
I wonder where she came up with that. Like, I'm going to get my rats to paint. First of all, to have pet rats, that's a little outside the norm.
It's unique, yeah.
I don't know if somebody said to me, I got pet rats, how that would come across my plate. Like, if you're dating somebody, hey, you have a dog or a cat? I have pet rats. I'd be like, ooh. This chick's a freak. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Pet rat, and she's making money.
Yeah.
And she's buying more rats.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that is unbelievable. Now I wonder when she first put it up, how she was like, what was the hype behind it? Like, get these paintings, buy my rats. If people
Well,
were...
when she put it on her social, and like I said, one person picks it up, they put it on Twitter, they repost. That's what happens. Like I said, 6 million views. Here you go. People want to buy it.
Wow. Dom, would that intrigue you by a picture of that a rat did?
Not at all.
No, not at all.
What about you?
Absolutely not. I mean, I'd rather put money on a game and get a 50% chance of losing it. If it was for a good cause. But I don't know if I'm going to put a picture up in my house of a rat. Well, that's a nice picture. Who did that? That was the rats. I don't know if you ever heard of these guys. They're pretty good. But she's expanding, which is unbelievable. And she better start buying some cheese, too, and reward the rats for bringing in money. That is unique. That is something that I would have never thought of, where people have a pet rat and the rat's paying and they're making money. That's crazy. You can do that with anybody. I mean, you see people doing it with cats, dogs, horses, sheep, goats.
I mean, they're inexpensive, right? What I say. So, like a little over $10 a painting. If she sold 120, made 13.
That's
just
great.
You just have them bang them out, and that's why she probably bought some more.
I might have to get involved with the rats and start a union for them and say, guys, you're being exploited. You guys should unionize. Get ready.
They are cute little paintings, and she has them. She has them like posing with it. I mean, it's cute.
Yeah, that's different.
And they're like this big, so why not?
Yeah, it's different. It's something if I saw, I don't know if I'm going to purchase it, but hey, God bless her. She's making money and she's earning, which is a good thing. And she's not looking for a free ride. She's paying for her own ride, which you got to always respect.
And she is a nurse too, so I mean, it's not like her only thing that she's got going on. It's lower. I want to say it's her side hustle, and it kind of is because she's selling it and she's teaching them how to do this. So.
Pet rats is unusual, though. If somebody said you had pet rats, I think you might be a little bit like maybe a hamster or something like that. But if you heard somebody say they had a pet rat, you'd be like, pet rat?
Mm-hmm.
How did that start? Where was going on with you?
Well, he just showed up.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy them at pet stores. They have them.
I know, but it's not a usual thing.
I guess not.
I mean, if somebody said they had a pet rat, I don't know. I'm probably looking at them a little.
I think we just look at them because they're disgusting, but
Yeah.
those are like the ones that are wild and fair. But yes, I mean, if you get one as a baby or get them at a pet store, then they're fine.
All right. Franny gives the thumbs up. You got a pet rat,
I think rats are cute from the front. It's that tail for some reason. I think it creeps people out, the naked tail, but they're cute.
They're
Like
different.
a Ratatouille.
Usually when somebody sees a rat, they flip out or
Well,
they
yeah,
run.
because if it's scurrying through your house, it does not belong there. But
Yeah.
if you bought it and it's your pet, like some people do with tarantulas. If I saw a random tarantula, I'd freak out. But if it's somebody's pet, probably not as much.
I don't know. But it's different. That's what makes the world go round. Not taking a shot at rats. I don't want any rat community getting upset.
Now you're just going to be
Oh, no.
infested.
Here they come.
Here they come.
Just pissed off the whole rat community.
Put down a piece of cheese. I think you have a draft like that about me with a rat. I'll show you where it is. I'll take that cheese. Speaking of cheese, if you want $1,000, listen to Rover. He gives you the keyword. The keyword for the first hour was green. So now you're going to get another one. You get one 13 times a day. We want somebody to win $1,000. Please. Is this week 2 or 3? I think week 2.
I think it might be week 3.
Is it? All right,
Yeah.
so far it's week 3. We have gotten goose eggs. We got zeros across the board. Ladies and gentlemen, please get the keyword, download it, and try to win. And we will be so happy. We'll give you tickets to 2 years ago on the Classic. That's how happy we would be that somebody wins $1,000. It's a great opportunity for you. In the Penthouse today, you're going to get a chance to win tickets to Rockville. Wow, that's pretty nice. You knew I was going there? Pretty
No.
good.
Time to go.
Is it? It's 54.
I know. I started this early, see?
All right, good. You got a chance to win tickets to Rockville, 11:45, 3-word Wednesday. I always think this game is very, very hard. But you guys slay it with Franny. We'll be back with Florida stories and some more. Peace.
Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Go on, tell it. Show that damn thing who's boss. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round 1 is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
An accident just reported Prosperity Farms Road at PGA Boulevard. A crash on Southern Boulevard eastbound at Seminole Pratt Whitney Road has cleared. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GiveMeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Give Me The Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week. The girls are there, and they are beautiful. And if you like sports, and if you like UFC, check it out. What's better to watch a sporting event with a beautiful lady? With a 5-star menu. Call up today and reserve a table. You'll be up front and personal with the beautiful ladies. And this Sunday, May 4th, May the 4th be with you. Inspired cocktails. You'll feel like you're in a galaxy the moment you walk in. Sunday, May 4th, a great party you want to be at. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars at Monroe's. Peace.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control, terms apply.
The new iHeart app just looks better.
The best feature of a car radio on the app.
It's the presets.
Super easy.
And thank you for keeping it free.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around, just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well, with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Appreciate you guys always tuning into Real Radio. New keyword just popped out of the toaster. We're going to get it from Domster in a couple seconds. Domster.
What? Excuse me?
It is The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Dom, what's the new keyword?
Money.
Money is a new keyword, and when you got it in your pocket, you walk a little bit taller. So you guys have an opportunity to win $1,000.
What do you do with it, G-Man?
I'm not getting through this.
Why can't you
Come on, we
figure
can
it
push
out?
you there.
Push me.
We're pushing.
I just don't understand why you just can't. Why? What is it? How come you've not retained this? It's our website. It's been our website for a very long time.
All right, so what is it? Go ahead.
How do you not know this? You're the host of this radio station.
I am.
What is it?
You download Real Radio, and then you put in the keyword.
Oh my God. Enter the keyword realradio921.com.
All right, so there it is.
Jeez.
You guys, pay attention.
You pay attention.
Well, this way, if you do it again, they're going to really get it.
Oh my God.
It is The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Francis is here.
Hi.
Counting her hours.
TikTok.
She's going to New Orleans this weekend. Woo! Jazz Fest. She's ready. It is time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Well, an act of revenge against the HOA, and this guy's now going to jail. This HOA-hating man, listen, I know a lot of people hate their HOA, but he's been sentenced to prison time after he sets a Longwood condominium complex on fire.
Oh.
Can't do that. There's other people who live there, homie. SOA officials said that the man, Mark Herman, 56, doused his condo unit with gasoline before igniting it. Guess what? You have neighbors.
Yeah.
Residents of neighboring units described hearing an explosion that shook the whole building and then dodging flame debris as they fled from their homes. One man jumped from the second-floor balcony to escape the fire. At the time, revealed that Herman had owned the condo for 25 years, though he became very upset, and he got into this legal battle with his HOA after they accused him of not paying his fees. And then they put a lien on his property, right, for not paying his fees. So after years of back and forth between him and the HOA, during which time he claimed that the HOA, that their accounting was mistaken. He was like, I paid, I don't know what you're talking about. His condo unit was ultimately foreclosed upon and sold at auction. This was back in 2023. They said a paramedic who treated Herman after the initial explosion said that Herman admitted, yeah, I set this place on fire in an act of revenge against the Homeowners Association.
Oof.
Yeah, they said an accelerant detecting canine dog alerted 2 different spots in the home and to the shirt Herman was wearing. Herman had owed about $28,000 in unpaid dues and related fees to the association. Aside, of course, from his own unit, the fire destroyed 3 other families' homes. Terrible.
That's it.
Yeah.
They said the financial costs have been phenomenal. We have had to rent an apartment for over 2 years as our condo has been rebuilt, according to one of the victims here. And they said that this Mark Homan showed so little regard for the lives of us who were home when he decided to burn his own condo down.
Bad move.
Bad move, dude. Bad move. So yeah, now he's in prison. He's got a place to stay. Then I'm gonna save that one for that was crazy. There's a crazy one. I'm saving it for the end. All right. Then next up in your What the Florida, we have they said a suspected tricycle thief. They said it wasn't just the suspected tricycle thief. They said fashion sense is also a crime. They said besides taking that. So DeSoto County Sheriff's Office is offering a criminal fashion tip. Tiger print is not the new camouflage. Deputies are looking for a woman who they say stole an adult tricycle from a residence. She was seen on the doorbell camera wearing a tiger print onesie. Thanks to social media, the suspect was quickly identified as Emily Hesters. They said attempts to locate her have been unsuccessful. Her voicemail is full. Her old address says she's not welcome. What? And the tricycle remains missing. Their charges for petty theft are being sent to the state attorney's office. If someone spots this girl riding off in a tiger onesie on a tricycle, they want you to call Crime Stoppers. I'm sure she's probably changed by now, hopefully. Then we do have a woman who, well, she had to hit a bear. And what she hit him with was a bag of cookies. Kristen Savage.
You like the cookies?
Well, she was walking her dog Friday night when she came face to face with the black bear. She said she was almost back to her house when the bear approached her. She said, I heard a bird, so I was looking for a bird in the tree. And then I saw like a little black spot, I didn't know what it was, come at my leg. I thought it was an off-leash dog at first, and then I realized it was a giant head, too big for a dog. So she said the bear went after her dog Ringo, who's just a little 13-pound Chihuahua mix. She said, I just pulled him away and eventually had him hanging in the air, just dangling her dog. She said I had him up in the air. She was like, so the bear wouldn't chase him. And I was spinning, she's like, in a circle. I spun around so many times that I fell, and that's when I got my leg cut pretty good, she said. She said that she's thankful Ringo's okay. She said the whole encounter was over within a few minutes after she decided to toss a bag of cookies she was holding in an effort to scare the bear away. She said that's exactly what happened. She said my mom, who lives down the street, she had just stopped and handed me a bag of cookies for my kids. And she was like, and I remembered I had them in my hand. So I took the bag and I whacked the bear across the face with it. And then I threw it. She said she came forward and then she sniffed the bag and she put her head down, sniffed the cookies, and she was like, yeah, I'll take those. And just ran away. So the bear was like, I'll take cookies instead of a Chihuahua. But yeah, there's a doorbell security camera footage that shows the whole thing that went down. So I guess if a bear attacks you, make sure you have some cookies in your hands. And then this is the crazy story.
Oh, more so.
Yes, this is nuts. And yeah, all right, a husband caught his wife having sex with his, not hers, but with his 15-year-old son in Florida. As
His son?
Yep. As a woman reportedly claimed, the child victim looked like his dad when he was younger. Alexis Von Yates, 35, is currently awaiting trial for the alleged statutory rape of a minor. The incident took place in Ocala during the boy's visit to his father. It's believed the illicit encounter followed weeks after seduction from her coming to a head one night on a couch.
Oh my goodness.
When Yates' husband walked in on them, she said to him, he just reminded me of you in your youth.
Aww.
No!
Aww.
That's disgusting.
Of course it is.
As Yates prepares to face the consequences for her alleged crime, her nursing license has been revoked in the state.
Oh, she's a nurse.
A reporter of the Florida Department of Health said in a statement, nurses are placed in a position of trust, and therefore it is imperative that they demonstrated good judgment and good moral character, which she does not. She engaged in sexual activity with a minor, and her decision to engage in, they get very detailed, oral and penetrative sex indicates that she lacks a good judgment and moral character necessary to be a registered nurse.
Wow, her whole career now.
Yep. They said, Yates tucked her 2 children into bed before spending time with a 15-year-old. So even her young kids, she's a stepmom of this.
Okay.
This is her stepson, but she's got 2 young kids of her own with the dad of the 15-year-old. So she tucked him in bed and then, went on the couch with this 15-year-old.
Terrible.
Yep. They said she shared a THC vape with him, played some video games, watched films while the father was working late. He is a lineman. And they said that it's alleged that around 1 a.m. Yates switched on the horror flick, terrorized 2, and then proceeded to make advances towards the minor. She complained about the film being dull and confessed to feeling horny, and that's when things got crazy. Dad came home, Dad busted them, and now she is going to jail. There's a lot of details to this story, and I am not even diving in. I mean, they get deep into this thing.
Worse than the text messages from Shannon Shore.
Those
are pretty bad.
It's pretty
not good.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yep, can't lady. Can't have sex with a minor. And that is your What the Florida.
Thank you, Franny. We'll hit these again at 1:05 today. And it might even be a news story. You got something that just broke, huh? Pretty surprising. Huh, Dominic?
Yes. The NFL has fined the Falcons and their defense coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich,
really?
over the prank call for Shedeur Sanders.
I'm shocked by this amount.
Yeah, they fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and the defense coordinator $100,000.
Wow.
That's huge.
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
That kid, I wouldn't want to be him.
His dad is called whooping.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to talk about embarrassed, angry.
And now he's getting fined because of this?
I'm
Yeah.
starting to believe, though, from this fine, I don't know if I believe his story where he said his kid accidentally stumbled onto it.
I mean, no, he just left it out. And that's probably why. They're like, hey, something this serious or what has this much important information in it, you can't just leave
maybe
hanging out where somebody can grab the information.
Or maybe he, like I said earlier in the week, we didn't know anything. Maybe he said to him, hey, I got Deion's kid's number. You never know.
I don't know why he would do that.
It says the NFL said the fines were for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in advance of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
I want to see if this guy loses his job down the road. Because
I can see it.
Yeah, because I'm sure the Falcons. And when he got that call, oh, man, he just had to lose it. That's a big fine. I don't know what he makes salary-wise. Is he either defense coordinator or assistant defense coordinator?
It says just defense coordinator.
All right, probably in the millions. But still, that's a large amount of money. Embarrassment. He gets his family name. Nobody even knew who this guy was. Like every other thing in society when something bad happens. But yeah, this is so bad. And with his son, it's a mess.
It says he makes about $1 million per year.
I said about $1 million.
Yep.
I was guessing. That's a lot. I mean, if he makes $1 million, he's bringing home probably $668,000. And man, I would not even this kid's mom going to get him out of this one. This kid's going to be doing some chores around the house for a while. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, so we got a couple text messages from drinking to buffets, Cosby Show, all kinds of stuff. I'm just getting into them, so my apologies. 47142 started off with Real Radio. It says, I figured out that there are 2 types of people when it comes to alcohol and buying drinks. Sorry, the text message went away. Here we go. And going out for an experience. People like you and me, Franny, we're out to have fun, and the cost is secondary to an extent, as long as we have a good time and money doesn't matter. Then there's people who will cut a penny in half, and the cost of everything is always too much, regardless of the price. See, those people are called cheap, and usually they're also called rich. Probably. Then there's a buffet, because Gmail was talking about he was scooping ice cream at a buffet and for some kids, and Dom and I were a little surprised because we thought we were talking about almost like a soft serve lever that was that kind, and to me I was like, that's kind of gross. Mm-hmm. So they said there's a buffet restaurant here where they have ice cream. You have to scoop yourself. Said, I once saw a kid drop the scooper on the floor and put it back in the water without telling anyone. I don't eat that ice cream. That's from Sarah B. Get it.
They're kids. They make mistakes.
Says The Cosby Show. I know they make mistakes, but exactly. That's why we don't eat it. The Cosby Show is still a classic. Claire Huxtable was a perfect mix of professionally successful woman and good mom, affectionate wife, and the black mom you don't mess with. That's from Sarah B. Says Greek Dolphins GM Chris Greer said they were going to pick Shedeur Sanders with the 150th pick, but the Browns picked him at 144. Wow, that saved a cluster F in the Dolphins locker room. Thanks, Cleve. Yep.
Wow, I didn't hear that. I did say that maybe the Dolphins should look at him after 3 days. We talked about it in the locker room. There also is some reports that a lot of the veteran players, these are just reports, are not happy with the coach anymore.
Mm-hmm. Says Greek is talking about the cost of the swag at events. It's not inflation. It's not tariffs. It's greed. Believe I'm an electrician and I've marked everything up. And when people bitch, I just tell them it's inflation and tariffs. They have to eat because they need to fix it. I don't screw everybody, but if you got it and it's obvious, I'm taking it. This isn't friends business. It's show business, baby. I'm going to retire to the Dominican in 10 years. Good for you.
That's nice to hear.
Says, right? Says, Frady, please ask Greek what is the best meal he's ever had. Wait. It says, Frady, please ask Greek what is the best meal he's ever had. Wait a second. Then ask him if his friends took him to a restaurant and they gave him that meal to perfection. Then he found out it was made by a rat. Would he go back there again? And are we talking about Ratatouille? This is from Anthony. I'm very confused.
Well, Anthony's not playing with a full deck. He's not playing with a full deck.
Says,
we've come up with that.
And then we have rats, mice, cats, dogs, snakes, etc. I don't care if it's wild or a pet. I will happily never choose to live in a home with animals of any kind. Fear and being a clean freak won't allow it. That's from Sarah B. And I knew you were afraid of dogs, but I didn't know it was all the animals. And then we have, G, you don't know nothing. I had a pet rat named Saki. He was hand-trained from birth, and I can go on and on about how smart he was. I will say that when I got him home from work, I opened the cage. He would run out and up my arm and snuggle up to my neck. Whenever I gave him a treat, he would not eat. Oh, sorry, they got away. He would not eat it until I gave him a little tiny lick on until he gave me a little tiny lick on my cheek. Give a little squeak and then eat his treat. I only put him back in his cage when I was at work. He was the best friend I had. That's from Alan Greenacres.
Way to be, Al.
There you go.
Again, wasn't taking a shot at the rat community in any shape or form, Your Honor. I just said if you told me you had a pet rat, I would think it's a little odd. That's all. That's a little out of the box.
And then we have the reason G doesn't remember the website or the correct way to text is because he doesn't understand how the technical stuff works. It's a good thing he's got money. I can see G as a broke security guard at the casino, spending all his money at the track on long shots, going to his bank for a free coffee and taking advantage of all the senior discounts, smoking cheaper cigars, and he already smokes and sipping on, well, peppermint schnapps. That part, nah. It says picture it, Frady. I can't. And then, let's see, there was a famous French sculptor, Auguste Rodin. There's a famous American painter, Rodin. I'm guessing, is that? Oh, I see what you're talking. I see what he did there. Rodents, get it? Yeah.
I said a tie.
And then let's see. With the fine of the NFL coach is exactly what G talks about with texting and driving. Make the fine huge, and that's it. Nobody will allow that again.
Oh, it ain't happening again. No way. I'm shocked about the amount. I mean, that's a lot of money. The organization, I mean, obviously the Falcons got billions. They're going to pay it. But him, if he's like on the edge of his job or whatever, I mean, I would not be surprised if he got fired down the road. They won't do it now, but if something happens, they'll say this is the guy's, kid who ended up doing it.
Yep.
And again, the kid, he made a bad mistake. He did, obviously. I wonder if they're going to find out who made the other prank call to the kid from Penn State, Warren, because again, it might be the same thing where how'd you get the number? Had to be somebody in the NFL someplace. You just didn't pick a number out of the sky. But yeah.
But whoever did, they didn't post, this knucklehead posted on his social media.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Yeah, he was looking for clicks and everything like that. And just, it's unfortunate. What was he thinking? Obviously not. I don't think he thought in any shape or form it's going to turn into this, obviously. He probably just thought, hey, I'm doing a simple prank and it's going to be funny. But again, like Franny said, you put on social media, people see it. And then the NFL says, you like apples? How do you like these apples?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that I would not want to be in that house last night when they got that call. That's bad. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. I got fined 100. Like the team, it sucks. And you got to look at your boss and he's going to get mad. But when they hit you, whoo, That's good. You think he gets punished?
Oh, the kid? Yeah.
Oh, he already probably is. And now with this.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't know if he was before this.
I mean, he's in his 20s, so what can you do if he doesn't live with his dad? But
Oh, I'm sure he's the laughing stock of his school, though.
yeah.
Well,
If he's still in college, yeah.
Is he in college? Yeah, so he's got to be in his 20s. Yeah, and if he's working, people know now. I mean, everybody probably going up to him saying, "What the hell were you thinking? You got your parents fined $100,000." Like I said, the Falcons fine. I mean, 250 is 250. It's a lot of money. The Falcons have it, but still a lot of money. But him getting hit, wow, that's a lot of cash, no doubt about it. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142 if you would like. You could always bring up anything that you would like to speak to Dominic, Francis, or myself. And if there's anything that you want to bring up, let us know. Pet rat, does that seem unusual to you if somebody told you? If you were dating somebody and she told you I had a pet rat, would you be like, eh?
Nah. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Would it make you break up with her?
It'd make me... It'd be a red flag.
Really? That's a little
I want to break up with her, but it'd be one of those...
Like if everything was great about her and then you found out she had a pet rat, you're like, I'm out.
I feel like there's going to be other things that come with it.
All right.
That's his opinion.
I know. I just think like just because you have an unusual pet doesn't make you unusual. I don't know. That's my opinion.
See, that's what makes the world go round.
Yeah.
Everybody has an opinion. I mean, if
D-Man, would you?
Give me a piece of cheese. I would find that odd. I mean, I really would find that odd. I don't know if I'd break up with her.
Oh, yeah. It'd be in my mind, though. Like, all right, something's up.
But why is it a red flag? Like, explain. I'm curious.
It just seems very odd, and I would wonder if there was other things that...
Exactly.
Yeah, I would think...
Other odd habits, too, then, that come with it.
I'd be in the middle of the night, the rat coming to bed with us, looking for cheese and everything like that. Greek, what do you like on the game? You know, all that stuff. What about the derby? You bet long shots.
Is the rat coming with us on vacation now?
Yeah, I mean, we got to take the rat out to dinner. I mean, what we do?
Why? Why does the rat have to go everywhere?
It's her pet.
I know. So are dogs. Do dogs go everywhere? Sometimes, but not all the time.
I just said, like I said, I just think it's a little odd. I wouldn't break up with her, but it would keep my antennas up for other odd things. You know what I mean? Like, I suppose she came out and she had like a cheese fetish all of a sudden. And I'm like, what are you going to get at dinner? You want to go for some mac and cheese? I'm like, all right, man, okay, the rats were wearing off on you now. Yeah, I don't mind different things, but it depends. The girl's hot, probably just deal with it like everything else. 877-927-6969. You can't have a perfect, mate. Nobody's perfect. God knows we're not. I'm not, so... If she has a pet that's a rat, I would probably think it's a little different. Like, I wouldn't walk the rat for her. Like, she's like, hey, if you get a chance when you get home, can you walk the rat? And could you possibly feed it? Tom, we have?
We have Steven on the phone.
Hey, Steven, how are you, sir?
Hello, Greek. Hello, Penthouse. How are y'all today?
We're doing good.
Greek, I have a question for you about the Atlanta Falcons fine. I could certainly understand how the coach could get the fine of $100,000, but why the Falcons? What did they do to deserve a fine? It's not like they made the call. It's not like they gave the number out. I mean, it was a legitimate. The coach, got the number legitimately, but why fine the Falcons?
I guess they look at it that he works for the Falcons, so the Falcons are going to pay some of the price, and I think it's also sometimes a message. They want to tell going forward. This is the first time I've ever heard of this happening in any draft where somebody was getting pranks. When I heard it at first, obviously I thought what everybody else did. It's not right. It's sad. And it's not a cool thing to do to somebody when you get a prank call and you're like, man, what the hell's going on here? I thought they might fine him and the Falcons because you work for the Falcons, but I didn't think this amount. I think $100,000 to the coach is a lot. I mean, that's a lot of money. He makes $1 million, and but I think they want to be a clean message, like this is never happening again. And also, I can tell by you're a sports guy and you know things. We don't really know the whole story. We know what's being told to us. He's saying he left the laptop open and the kid walked by and saw the numbers. If that's the truth, I don't know. Maybe there's more to the story. Maybe the real story is he gave the kid the number. I don't know. Like I said, I'm only making.
I doubt it.
I doubt it too. Like you keep on saying that, but why? Why would he risk it?
No way.
I mean, who knows? I mean, you don't know what people do. He might be like, I got all the kids' numbers here. I don't know. But if that's true, I think they wanted to send a message, and the Falcons are part of it. And like I said, you might see this guy lose his job down the road.
Well, I was going to say that they should definitely suspend the guy without pay for several games at the very least.
Yeah, I would think a suspension.
If he gets fired, he gets fired.
Yeah, I think a suspension. I agree with you. $100,000 fine, I think, is a lot for the father. To me, that's all.
It is a lot, but if he gets suspended, it's a lot more than $100,000.
Yeah, they would. If he got suspended, say for a month, obviously they're gonna prorate it based on his salary and what he makes. But it's just it's an unfortunate thing, and it's not good. Like I said, I wouldn't want to be this kid. This kid's never living this down.
Let me ask you something. Did you cover the story about Shakur walking around with $1 million in cash?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. It's bad. I mean, it's part of the problem with Sanders.
That's nuts.
Yeah, and all the kids today with the amount of money that they are making. I mean, that's the problem. Whoever created this system, I've said this many times before, people have asked this, and I spoke about this the other day on a radio station, they didn't realize how much this was going to get out of control. And these kids were going to make with sponsorships and boosters and different things like that. I think they thought it was going to be a lesser amount and they were going to get paid, but they never anticipated this kind of thing. And Sanders, I don't know what happens to him in the pros. He's going to have a lot of pressure. I'm sure he's going to have a lot of resentment, and he's going to have to deal with it all.
My last question is on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being he's going to get cut, 10 they're going to keep him. What do you think is going to happen with the Browns eventually? Do you think they'll keep him or cut him?
I would say it's 50-50. 50-50. Yeah, I think it's 50-50, and I think it depends how he comes into camp, if he comes on time, if he participates, if he studies. If he shows like a lackluster attitude like he has shown, I think they'll cut him. Because I don't think they're going to want the drama, just like when Tebow went to teams.
If they didn't want the drama, they wouldn't have drafted him in the first place.
Well, I think they picked him because it was such a 5th round pick, and they're not going to pay him absolutely nothing. So they're like, hey, for this, we'll grab him, and maybe he will be good. I think that's the way they look at it. We had somebody text, and I didn't know this, that the Dolphins said they were thinking of looking at him. I think teams looked at it at the end. Some teams like, hey, we're going to grab him in the 5th or 6th round. We're going to pay him $1 million and change. We'll just grab him, and maybe we find a diamond in the rough, and he's good.
Well, I hope so. I hope he balls out, but
it's gonna be tough.
You're right. I wouldn't want that drama. I wouldn't have drafted him. Well, thanks for the info.
Oh, thanks for the call.
Hey, everybody.
You too.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, appreciate you listening. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Let's get the day right. And we're going to come back with a trifecta and your chance to win tickets to Rockville. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's a post that was on Reddit. I started just wearing thongs for the first time recently. Originally because I was tired of VPL on leggings. I don't even know what that is.
Visible panty line.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is not what I was going to go with for PL.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
An accident just reported Prosperity Farms Road at PGA Boulevard. A crash on Southern Boulevard eastbound at Seminole Pratt Whitney Road has cleared. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Looking to sell your your ride? Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the big cash giveaway. Hey, it's Franny, and they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Mail-in entry, that's 250 chances. Sell them your car, that's 1,000 chances to win. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Enter your VIN, get a top dollar offer in minutes, and ditch the tire kickers for good.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's Work Zone Awareness Week, Florida. Every year, lives are lost in work zones because of speeding and distractions. When you see orange cones, remember, slow down, follow the signs, and stay focused. Workers are counting on you to get home safely, and so are their families. Let's work together to prevent crashes and save lives. A safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation. Slow your roll. Safety's the goal.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week. The girls are there, and they are beautiful. And if you like sports, and if you like UFC, check it out. What's better to watch a sporting event with a beautiful lady? With a 5-star menu. Call up today and reserve a table. You'll be up front and personal with the beautiful ladies. And this Sunday, May 4th, May the 4th be with you. Inspired cocktails. You'll feel like you're in a galaxy the moment you walk in. Sunday, May 4th, a great party you want to be at. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars at Monroe's. Peace.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring is here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get a chicken parmesan delivered. A cabana? That's a no. But a banana? That's a yes. A nice tan? Sorry, nope. But a box fan? Happily, yes. A day of sunshine? No. A box of fine wines? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. Product availability may vary by region. See app for details.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
Are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up. Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Car accident? Call Smith Ball Baez and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One.
In a press conference today at 2 p.m. Eastern, the Professional Women's Hockey League will announce Seattle as its newest expansion city. The announcement comes on the heels of last week's announcement of a new team in Vancouver. Both teams join the PWHL's original 6 and will begin play in the 2025-2026 season. Playoffs start for this season the week of May 5th. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
Together, you say goodbye, and I say hello.
Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Listen commercial-free. Just open the free iHeart Radio app, search Beatles Now and Then, and make it your next preset.
iHeartRadio.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. Thank you for always tuning in to Real Radio 921 101.7. Don't forget the Panthers tonight, Game 5. We got to win this game, baby. Let's put Tampa Bay to bed. Good night, Irene. Game is 7:30, and the pregame starts at 7. I am the Greek. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Francis is here.
What's up?
And it's time for a Greek trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's trifecta.
If you haven't heard, the NFL announced this morning they're fining the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 for that prank phone call made by the defensive coordinator's son. The defense coordinator is also getting fined $100,000. Show me the money. That kid's definitely going to have to do some chores around the house. I don't even know if you can come back from that. I mean, that's pretty bad. I mean, I've thrown some telephone numbers around in my house, but that's stiff.
I mean, what if his dad loses his job? I mean, that's big income.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what the kid's going to feel like and the family? I mean, oh, my God, that's from a prank phone call. And it does send a message in life, like you never know where something could go. At the time, you're laughing, fooling around with your friends. Hey, I got this. And look where this escalated to. So think before you do anything. How about that? But, yeah, there's definitely a bad situation there for that family. And for the coach and for the Falcons, they got billions. 250 still sucks.
But I am with Steven who called in. I don't understand why they're fighting the Falcons, too.
Because the Falcons, he works for the Falcons. It's just like if you did something or I did something at iHeart, they would come after iHeart, too. That's the company that you represent. It may not make sense to you, but that's what they do. And when people sue, they do that. They sue the company, they sue the person, the county, the state, everybody. And that's why when you work for a company, you sign a lot of things when you get hired that nobody reads. And certain things are things that you sign, like if you make the company look bad, moral clause, all different things like that most people don't read. Same thing when they sign a lease. They just go through it and scribble their name and they run. But yeah, it's definitely something bad. I mean, when he walked into work today, he probably was like, what? You know what I mean? And feeling bad because you gotta. It's not only it's you, it's your kid. So it's a situation where, like I said, you're doing something simple and you think it's fun, but a lot of times fun and games are not fun and games. Last night in the NBA, a lot of playoffs. Pacers sent the Bucks home. Boston Celtics sent the Mouse home. They beat Orlando. Denver ended up winning, so they are up 3-2 on that series. Tonight, you got the Lakers in Minnesota. Will LeBron go home? We'll see if Minnesota can do it. They're in La La Land. That should be an interesting game. And the Rockets and the Warriors have the opportunity to send the Rockets home. Last night in baseball, Marlins not a good night. Got beat by the Dodgers 15-2. I wish that was a score Monday night, but it wasn't. It was 7-6. Would have been a little different for me. And Yankees started off another game with 3 home runs in a row, and they pounce the Orioles 20. Was fun for a score 29, I think, or 20-2. I'm not sure. But Yankees crushed it. They really did. So hats off to the Yankees on the home runs. This is how they started the season when hitting all those home runs, and everybody's questioning those bats, the torpedo bats. But then it went away. It got quiet for a while, but now it's they'll start talking about it again today, I'm sure. It is the Greek, Francis, and Dominic. That is a Greek's trifecta on this Wednesday. Peace. 877-927-6969. You can give us a call. You can text us at Real Radio 47142. If you think that fine was too much that the NFL laid on the Falcons and the coach, if you think that, man, that was a lot of money that they got fined.
So Mother's Day is next week. Don't forget about Mama. And we talk about all the time, like, what is something that mom wants? And there's always different surveys, or we hear from one specific mom on TikTok who tells us. But when surveying a bunch of moms, mom was like, you know what? Number thing on my list, sleep. I want to go to sleep. And yeah, the clock is ticking when it comes to Mother's Day, especially buying a gift. But you still haven't shopped for her. Well, new research suggests you might not have to. It's what this survey reveals that what mom really wants is a nap. That's what she wants. Sandals Resorts talked to more than 600 moms about their wish list for their special holiday and learned that sleep was what they wanted most. 49% call a nap with no one needing you, right? Don't bother me. Just let me as being the ultimate luxury. They said it even beats out what they call the coveted solo bathroom break, where that's where they get their break for 24% of people. Over 60% of moms say that they'd be happy to trade presents for the chance to sleep.
Wow.
Yeah.
So maybe buy her a new pillow.
Yeah.
A new blanket or something like that.
Maybe just take the kids out of the house for a little bit.
Yeah.
Let her take a nap.
Yeah.
How about that? Be like, all right, kids, we're going to the park. Nearly 2/3 of moms haven't had a nap in the last month.
Wow.
And a quarter can't even remember the last time that they got to lay down for a nap. Yeah, they said for 85% of moms, they need more than a cat nap to function, with their ideal napping time being 30 to 90 minutes, which they never get. They say, of course, location is important with a nap. More than 2/3 of moms says it's easier for them to take a nap on vacation. So they're like, yeah, how about I go on vacation in a nap? But sometimes for some reason it's vacation, those hotel rooms, maybe it's the bedding. But yeah, the best nap spots, hotel rooms, the beach, they claim here. So maybe take her out for the beach and just play with the kids.
Yeah.
Let her relax under the umbrella.
Yeah, get her a nice chair, relax, maybe a nice drink, pina colada or something. Get her a couple umbrellas in there and hang in there and say, all right, just kick back and enjoy. I got the kids. Now, suppose you don't have kids. You're like, I still need a nap.
Well, Mother's Day.
That's true.
And they said it's not just moms who feel better after mom gets a nap, with 90% of moms saying, yeah, when I get a nap, the rest of the family benefits from this too, from me sleeping. I'm not as cranky.
I was going to say that, of course. You're in a better mood. You're well rested. I mean, when you don't sleep or you're hungry, those are two things that people are pretty cranky about. And you can always see it. Like, I see some people running into Dunkin' Donuts. Like, unbelievably. You know, you're just like, man, they're running into Dunkin'. What the hell's going on? They got to get that coffee. And when you're not, and when you get a bad night's sleep, you always hear people say that. Like, oh, man, I didn't sleep last night. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday, so now's your opportunity. Pick up the phone, 877-927-6969, to win tickets for Rockville. It's 3-word Wednesday. Franny will explain it again to you guys how this game works. It's not simple. It's not hard. It's right in the middle.
So, yeah, we have tickets for Welcome to Rockville, May 15th through the 18th at Daytona International Speedway. Now, this is 4 days of music by bands like Green Day, Alice in Chains, Linkin Park, Incubus, Korn, Sublime, Bush, Shinedown, just to name a few. This is an incredible pass. I mean, we're talking an expensive pair of tickets that you're getting to Welcome to Rockville. And so what we're doing is we're playing 3-Word Wednesday. So I'll give you 3 words. Those 3 words are linked by a common 4th word. I will give you an example, but let's get those phone lines open. 877-927-6969. That's 877-927-6969. So here we go. Example, G-Man. I've done this one before. I have a feeling you can get this. This is how the game works. Your 3 words?
Hate the pressure.
Basket.
What is it?
Basket. 8, like the number 8. Snow.
Basket. 8. Snow. Flake.
You really aren't good at this game. The answer would be ball. Basketball. 8 ball. Snowball.
Oh, I don't know drugs. 8 ball.
Basketball. 8 balls. I mean, yeah, I guess drugs too, but it's also a pool table. It's a
Did
ball.
you know it there, Flipper?
No, I didn't put it.
Okay. Thank you. Who do we have on the hold?
Good thing you're not trying to win tickets to Welcome to Rockville. 877-927-6969. Give us a call. Let's get you on the line so we can play 3-Word Wednesday.
First up, we have is Mike.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm sorry. First up is John.
Hey, John, how are you?
Good, Drake. How's it going?
It's going good, buddy. Thanks for listening to Real Radio. First of all, I want to thank you for that. And I hope you get entertained when you listen to our show every day.
Sure, I listen to you guys all day. I drive, so you guys are my passenger all day.
All right, I'm going to give you over to the very intelligent and extremely attractive Francis.
All right, John, let's get this done. I am going to give you 3 words, and you just got to tell me that 4th word that connects them, okay?
Yep, try.
All right. And G-Man, after I give you the 3rd word, we got 10 seconds on the clock. So your 3 words are aid, A-I-D, rubber, wagon.
Go.
Band.
See, look how easy he makes it. Look how easy he makes it. You got it correct, John. Congratulations. Ding, ding, ding. Yep.
Way to be, John.
Band-aid, rubber band, bandwagon.
All right, yeah, nice job.
Yeah?
Yeah. But Don didn't have the last one either. So,
Congratulations, John. You're smarter than the rest of the Penthouse.
You're welcome, John. Very humble.
Hang tight, John, so Dom can get all your information so we can get you those passes to Welcome to Rockville.
You're making Dom feel bad.
Why? I wasn't specifically. I just said
You're the one I was like, 8 ball. Ooh, drugs.
Yeah. John's just a smart dude. That's all.
Maybe I'm just taking a knee, trying to make people feel better in life. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Come on, pay it forward. That's what it's all about.
Ooh, speaking of pay it forward, that's weird. I have a story about paying it backwards, and this is such a dick move. So there is, oh my goodness. So there is this woman who went to TikTok, and she was talking about this because pay it backwards. Never hear about that. Pay it forward? Yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. Which is interesting with the whole pay it forward thing, because normally you're like, I want to pay for the person behind me.
That's what I thought.
I know, but I'm saying, that they call that paying it forward. So,
but I always never understood when they said, "How do you pay for the person in front of you? They're gone."
No, but the saying is kind of weird because you are paying the person behind. But anyways,
okay.
Point being is that you should call it paying it backwards, but we don't. We call it paying it forward. So now this woman is talking about paying it backwards, which is really not cool. And I wonder if other people are going to do this. So she went viral on her TikTok because she went to, speaking of Dunkin'. And yeah, we've heard about the whole pay it forward chain at a drive-thru where someone pays for the person behind them. And it's nice, but it also puts them in the spot where you have to decide, am I going to do it for the next person?
Yeah.
Well, a woman said her experience of someone paying it backwards. Her name is Samantha, and she went to Dunkin', and she went to the drive-thru last week. And she said when she pulled up to the window, the clerk told her, hey, the guy ahead of you, and she thought was going to pay for her stuff. She was like, the guy ahead of you who left said that you were going to pay for his order.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised they let him go.
Right?
Because I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
I think they'd be like, no way. Do you know the person?
I mean, and so She was like, in the caption, it said, to the random guy in front of me who lied to the employee, I hope you have the day you deserve, she said. So she followed up her post where she clarified that she did not pay for his order, and the Dunkin' employees were very cool about it. They said even though they were frustrated that the guy had essentially stole his coffee, she said she was taken aback that someone would do that. She also did share her video trying to restore goodness in the world by going back to the Dunkin' and then paying for the person behind her, she said. So she did go back and do that whole pay it forward thing. But yeah, and what a jerk move. And this guy, and there was a little profanity in her TikTok. But yeah, he went in there and he was like, oh no, the lady behind me is going to pay for my drink. She said so. And then just leaves.
I'm shocked they let him go. I really am, because I think they would be like, no, she didn't tell us that she's going to pay. Right? I mean, you go to any place and you say, hey, the guy behind me's got it. They'd be like, screw. I mean, I don't know. I'm shocked that they let her go. Maybe because he only got a coffee. And maybe if he got like a couple sandwiches and donuts, they might have been like, hey, we're not doing it. You know, coffee's $3, whatever. But yeah, that is a bad move that he does. And says, hey, the girl behind me has it. And you're put on the spot, too. But really, you're not obligated to pay.
And
either.
she wasn't. She didn't.
Yeah.
And she said, yeah, they were annoyed, but then she felt bad, so she did go back to the Dunkin' and she did the whole pay it forward thing and paid for somebody behind her eventually just to kind of make good, but she didn't have to.
No, you don't have to do anything. I mean, you can't be like, hey, you know, the guy behind me. That was a bad move on the guy's part.
Pay it forward. The guy's got a $60 order at Dunkin'.
Oh my God, that could have went horribly wrong.
It could have, and I think maybe that's why they're like, all right, because he was like, oh, the lady behind me said she was going to pay her. Oh, I know her. You know, I forgot my wallet. If it's a coffee, they're like, okay. But I think if it was a pretty hefty order, they may have questioned it.
They might have been like, no. But that's where, you know what, somebody gets in their car and follows the guy down to the next light and starts screaming at him. Like, what the hell you doing? Coffee on me? What do you got, dumpster?
We have Chris on the phone.
Chris, good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to the Penthouse.
Penthouse, what's going on? How y'all doing today?
What's up, Chris?
Oh, we're doing Fruity Pebbles, baby. What's happening?
You know, I just wanted to vent for a second. Dom, this ain't on you for once. You know what I mean? Last night, I had a little babanya.
Okay.
And I wanted an ice cream sundae.
Okay.
And I went to McDonald's. It wasn't late.
Oh, you couldn't get it.
Yeah, my machine's broke.
No.
They always say that because they don't want to do
McDonald's.
it. They don't want to do it. What time was it?
It was 8:45.
Yeah, they were probably cleaned up already. They do that a lot.
Greek, I don't want to hear it. That's your job. Make me a sundae.
Listen, I am with you on that.
The same thing happens. There's a couple places I go to in the morning, and they're open. And they always say to me, oh, we just opened. We don't have that yet. Come back in an hour. Well, to me, then, open up at 9. Don't open up at 8 because I'm very busy.
Then I had to go to Walmart and I bought all the ingredients, but I'll tell you, Greek, it just didn't taste the same thing. I wanted a McDonald's sundae.
I agree. I mean, that is a problem. You should write a letter to them today and say, fix your Sundays. That's why I came there.
Well, remember, I guess there's only, and I think they lie half the time, but I think there was a copyright or something. There was only one manufacturing company that was allowed. They had the exclusive rights to fixing the McDonald's machines. But now McDonald's, they had a court ruling that might allow them to to fix their own. But obviously they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, because the anticipation, you get in your car, it's snowing out, you drive to McDonald's. You know,
how much snow did you have to go through, Chris?
A lot of babanya going on, and they said no. That sucks.
Well, my whole thing is like, how do you complain about that without sounding like a Karen?
I mean, I think you can, because it's one of those things. You really wanted it. You didn't bitch the people, right? I mean, you didn't act like a Karen. You're just internally now venting, or you internally vented to yourself, and now you are to the Penthouse.
And if you're gonna bitch like a Karen, wear a wig. And then you put it on and say, "Hey, I'm gonna bitch like a Karen." And they should have a sign when you pull up to the menu, like, "Hey, no ice cream tonight," or the ice cream machine's broke.
Yeah, but it can't be broke every week, man.
No, it's probably not. So, I mean, I think a lot of times they just don't want to do that. I've heard that before. They just don't want to make them. You know what? There was a place we used to go into, me and my friends, and my buddy would also always order a cappuccino. And the girl always said it's broke. And one day he finally said something to the manager, the owner, and the owner's like, it's not broke. He goes, she doesn't like to make them. So it does happen.
That didn't bother you, Greek?
It wasn't me who ordered it. No, I thought it wasn't cool. I mean, because we went in there and spent money. But again, I'm not the owner. I'm just a person in society trying to get by. I'm a cog in a wheel.
because we know Greek's life is so difficult.
My life, what do you call it, Franny? Kush.
Yeah, Kush.
Franny came up with that, and a lot of my friends use that, say that to me all the time. Greek's got a Kush life. And I'm like, Franny! So I'm trying to light my cigar on a windy day. Things are tough!
You're the only person I know that growls and gets angry because they have an easy life. I love it. I love it. I do. You guys rock always. And Dom, don't feel left out. You do still suck, okay?
Domster's a good man. Get ready for the Derby this weekend. If you guys have the winner of the Derby, please text us or call us or come by in a note and just hand it to me. Love to hear the winner of the race. 1 to 20, pick a number. Pick a number. That's all you need. It's all about luck in life. Right place at the right time. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. We're going to come back with some fun facts and a lot more. Peace.
No one gives a big warm hug like us when you need it. Come on, get in here. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. What? Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round one is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Traveling the Turnpike, we do have a broken down car. Turnpike North, this is your ramp to Lake Worth Road. A right lane of that off ramp is blocked, so look out. I-95 looks good. We're not seeing any major delays. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Franny, my dad is just about to retire, which means he's going to be home a lot more and hanging out in the garage a hell of a lot more often.
Oh, good for him, which means he's probably got a ton of house projects on tap then, right, Jason?
Yep. The kicker, he still has to yank open the garage door by hand every single time. I think it's about time I get him a garage door opener, but who should I call?
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Believe it or not, there are a lot of people that still don't have a garage door opener. If that's you, it's time to change your world. Precision has the smoothest, quietest openers available, and all with the latest tech. And their techs arrive in precision-wrapped vehicles wearing uniforms, and you'll even get a text with their photo before they show up.
So whether you're looking for a new garage door opener, need to repair your existing noisy door, or looking for the latest tech, Precision Garage Door Service has you covered. Schedule your appointment now, flgaragedoor.com.
Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com.
Spring has sprung and it's full tilt boogie time at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
Doesn't anybody fix things anymore? It's like all we can think about is replacements. Your TV dies, you get a new one. You rip your pants, you get a new pair. Last time I caught a cold, I was worried the wife might trade me in. If your car is worth fixing when it has problems, and your home gets repaired when it needs improvements, how about fixing the garage door your car comes through instead of spending a fortune to replace it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians are not incentivized to upsell you to a new garage door when all you need is an expert repair. We got the parts, we got the training, and the personal drive to think, how can we get this baby back to working like she's supposed to? How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Garage doors are a she, right? Like a ship? Pretty sure it's a she.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around with just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at realradio921.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Hang in there and say, all right, just kick back and enjoy. I got the kids. Now, suppose you don't have kids. You're like, I still need a nap.
Mother's Day.
That's true.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
That's true.
Yeah, it's like when you have 20 and you're playing blackjack to win and they pull up 21. You're like, oh, that's true. And again, just trying to keep you guys in the game. That's why we do these things. Dominic's here.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hi.
Shaking her head a little. And it is time for some facts of fun.
It's Freddy's Fun Facts. All right, I like to base our fun facts on the holiday. Today is April 30th, the last day of the month. Man, I feel like April flew by.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, me too, girlfriend.
It is International Guide Dog Day. It's Day of the Child. Hairstyle Appreciation Day, not stylist. Denim Day. Healthy Kids Day. Honesty Day, G-Man. Mr. Potato Head Day.
Wow. A lesser man would be offended.
Mr. Potato Head Day. National Adopt a Shelter Pet Day. And I have a little things about that we can talk about, too. National Bugs Bunny Day. It's a lot of it. Oatmeal cookie day.
Oh, I like oatmeal cookies.
Preparation day. Tabby cat day. Tie-dye day. But what we're going to get into, just because I'm going to be celebrating it this weekend, going to Jazz Fest, it's International Jazz Day. Is that your jazz?
It's my horn.
Jazz musicians invented cool. The slang term cool, as we use it today, was popularized by jazz culture in the 40s to describe relaxed, understated musical style and eventually an attitude. And yes, it's spelled with a C, not with a K. Jazz was once considered dangerous. In the 1920s, some people believe that jazz encouraged wild behavior and moral decay. Some cities even try to ban it.
That's terrible.
It is terrible. To have jazz musicians speak through solos. Improvisation is the heart of jazz. No two performances are ever the same. They consider it like a musical conversation with the soul. NASA sent jazz to space, according to Louis Armstrong. Melancholy Blues was included on the Voyager Golden Record, literally making jazz interstellar. We do know that jazz influenced the birth of hip-hop. Early DJs used jazz records for breakbeats, and jazz's improvisational style paved the way for freestyle rap. New Orleans funerals swing. A jazz funeral begins with somber music, but turns into a celebratory street parade with dancing and upbeat tunes. They say death meets joy, jazz style, especially in New Orleans. And then a couple here, jazz musicians often battle called a cutting session. Jazz players used to duel on stages with solos to see who could outplay the other.
Oh, that's cool.
They said just think of it more of a lyrical rap battle, but with saxophones, piano. Yep, so there you go. On a International Jazz Day. Now, I did mention about the pets, and I also, because slang terms, I have a couple of topics that we can get into with both of those, but it is the day of one of those holidays about adopting a shelter pet. And if you plan to do this, and I know a lot of people do adopt, don't shop, you know, you always hear that. They claim that these are things that you should know before adopting a shelter pet, if you do plan on doing so. According to this, who did this? It was a local newspaper in King County, but they say the annual observation of National Adopt a Shelter Pet Day raises awareness about thousands of pets in shelters across the country waiting for their forever homes. So they say, so if you're ready to take that next step, many shelters are offering special discounts and promotions to encourage adoption today. So today's a good day to do so if you're looking for a bit of discounts and promotions when it happens to it, but something that you wanted to do for a while. Here are some things considered when adopting. Any pet, you have to have patience. It takes at least 3 days for a pet to come out of their shell after being in a shelter. And obviously that's not always. These are not blanket statements. Sometimes a pet right away is like, yes, I'm home. But sometimes they can, and especially how long have they been in the shelter for? It all depends. But they say a lot of time you do have to have patience with them.
I do have a question. I don't know if you noticed. Is there any places where they would let you take an animal maybe for like 3-5 days to see if it fits? And then if it doesn't, you have the opportunity to bring it back, or no? Do you know that?
No, but that's what people do. And that's why they say, like, give them a few days. Sometimes it takes some time for them to get out of their shell.
Oh, people bring them back?
All the time, G-Man.
Oh, I didn't
all
know.
the
I'm
time.
familiar.
Yeah, and that's heartbreaking. That's why I'm telling you this. Like, have patience. Sometimes it does take that pet maybe a week, maybe 2, whatever. But it says at least 3 days to come out of their shell.
I assume so.
Yeah. So there are places that will allow you to take them for the day, but if you don't plan on adopting them, just to give them a day out, and then you go and you take them out. I mean, there's people on social media, especially the guy who does a guy in a golden. He takes shelter, but he shows them and he showcases them on social media because he's got pets of his own. But he takes them out for the day. He takes them for tacos, takes them for a pup cup, takes them to the pet store to get toys and stuff, and brings them back. But he showcases them so somebody will adopt them, and most of the time they get adopted within a day or two of him highlighting it on his followers. Yeah, they say, of course, you have to invest time. Be sure you have the time to care for your new pet every day, including feeding, exercise, play, and grooming. Remember, pets live for many years, so adoption is a long-term commitment. Dogs typically need daily walks, playtime, and regular training sessions. Cats do require social interactions, of course, litter box cleaning, and some playtime. They said you got to think about your home and living situation. Consider whether your living space is suitable for a pet. If you already have pets, consider whether the new animal will get along with those pets. Some pets need some time to adjust to one another. And they say most of the time for dogs, especially big ones, make sure you have a fenced-in yard. We do know that some people have condo living and they take out their pets often, so it's good. They said pets' age and energy level is something I think about. Different animals have different needs depending on their age, breed, energy level. It's important to choose a pet whose temperament and activity level matches your lifestyle. So a lot of time they say, especially if you have a specific breed in mind, do your research about them because all breeds are different. Financial responsibility. Owning a pet comes with a financial commitment. In addition to the adoption fees, you got to think about high quality food, toys, bedding, grooming, other pet supplies, and of course, you cannot forget about those regular vet appointments and sometimes emergency, unfortunately. Training and behavior finally here. If you plan on adopting a pet, because today is National Adopt a Shelter Pet Day, they said adopting a pet often involves some level of training, especially if the animal is a young puppy or kitten, or if they've had a pretty challenging past, which happens quite often. So they said be prepared to invest time. You know, you can always invest money if you want to send them, to training to get trained with somebody, but sometimes you can do it yourself. So they said you invest time dealing with behaviors, and if they've had issues, they're like, don't give up. They said get them help instead of giving up. And that's what we have for if you guys plan on getting out there today to adopt a pet.
Very nice. Thank you, Franny. Great job. 877-927-6969. Philadelphia Eagles visited the White House the other day. Dom, I know you have this story. This has been around a little bit for the last, 8 hours. I've seen this. I guess President Trump said that the Eagles talked to him, the Giants, talked to him about Barkley. And Trump says, I told him not to let go of Barkley. Whatever you do, keep him whatever you have to do. Be a big mistake. The Giants came out and said, never talked to Trump about this at all. Never talked to Trump about
Never
this.
talked to him.
Never talked to him. But it's because, again, the Eagles went there yesterday or the day before, and Barkley was there, and Trump jumped on that. Like, I told the Giants, they called me. And the Giants came back, so we never called them.
Nope.
It was just, I chuckled when I saw it. But I think sometimes he says things just tongue-in-cheek. He just throws it out there. But, yeah, they said, no, we didn't reach out to President Trump and ask him what his thoughts were about the, whether or not we should keep Barkley with the Giants. So it's going to happen like that. When you come out with a statement like that, the other people, in this case, New York Giants, they're going to reflect on it because they don't want that getting out there. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make them look good. They'd look bad enough when they had that whole thing last year when they showed them in the meeting hall and they were talking like, Barkley, whatever, we're going to let him go. And then it ends up turning out that Barkley has a fantastic year, wins the Super Bowl. You must remember, if you're a Giant fan, if Barkley stayed with the Giants, he would have not had the season he had with the Eagles. Eagles are a better team, better organization, better line, better receivers, and a better quarterback, and a better defense. All that added to Barkley having a good year. But for the Giants, it definitely turned out bad for them. Not something they planned. And it seems like they can't get away from it either.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not a good thing. 877-927-6969. We had a couple things on the table. If somebody had a pet rat, would that seem odd to you? Would you maybe break up with the person, male or female? Would you think of that? And the NFL fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and the defensive coordinator $100,000 after his son prank called Deion's son. So let us know what you think about that. Do you think that fine was too much, or do you think it was perfect? But let us know what you think. And if somebody did have a different kind of pet, would that maybe make you be like, I don't know. This person could be a little bit out there and not playing with a full deck. You can call us or you can text us. 877-927-6969. That's the number you can call. You can also text us at Real Radio. You got to put that in first for Franny to get it. 4742. That's the way you...
47142.
142. Whatever. It's close enough. They know it. They know it 100 times. Come on, you people. Get with it.
100 times and you should know it.
You're right.
Exactly.
But I'm not trying to text.
Okay, got it.
I know the important texts. I know the important numbers. Don, we have somebody at home?
Yep, we have Stephanie on the phone who wants to talk about fostering dogs.
Okay. Hello, Stephanie. How are you?
you doing?
Doing great. How are you today?
Good. Awesome. Doing good. Doing well. I just wanted to answer the question about, adopting or fostering a shelter pet.
Yeah.
So Palm Beach County is in crisis right now. It's actually never been as bad as it is currently. The euthanization rate is skyrocketing because there are so few adoptions and they're really desperate. To answer your question, yes, you can foster a dog, and you can continue fostering different dogs until you find one that you want to adopt. So ACC, Animal Control in Belvedere in West Palm Beach, they would let you do that. Big Dog Ranch, there's a lot of local facilities that will let you do that.
So let me ask you, Stephanie, though, on a real level, because as we were talking too, you got to give some patience with dogs to sometimes, come out of their shell. And so, like when Greek was saying, can you take him for 5 days? To me, that doesn't feel like enough time, even if you are just fostering, for a dog to be comfortable. It could happen right away. It could happen that day. I just feel like 5 days isn't enough time to to actually see if the dog is compatible.
Right. I mean, we say in rescue it takes up to 3 months.
Yeah.
It actually can take 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on the dog, like our neighbor has a dog that she rescued from Big Dog Ranch, and it was traumatized, and it's been a year, and the dog is still traumatized. But that's a rare situation because the dog came out of the Ukraine. It was a rescue from the Ukraine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it ended up at Big Dog, but his question was specifically, he wants to see if a dog or a cat is a proper fit in his environment, and can you, borrow one or I understand his question, and it's a valid one, because some people just have trouble going in and saying, okay, this is the dog I want.
Mm-hmm.
So fostering dogs is a great option, and you can just foster one at a time. Fostering is just, you're creating space for that particular shelter.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I have girlfriends who foster a lot, and they do, and they're always looking for fosters. So I really do think it's a great route to go, especially if you do have a couple other dogs already in the house. But yeah, no, I appreciate the phone call, and I do. I mean, it is really sad to see, how many pets are being euthanized just because those shelters are so full.
Yeah, and lack of sterilization. That we have to get on the ball.
Yep.
And people we have to crack down on people. The lack of sterilizations is pretty bad.
Very true.
So,
yep.
Yeah.
And by that she means getting your pet neutered or spayed, G-Man, just like Bob Bark used to say.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly. Right. All right, Frank.
Well, thank you.
So much.
Thank you for the phone call.
We appreciate
Sure,
it.
anytime. You're so welcome. You take care and have a good day.
You too.
You too. Yeah, because it would be a question like maybe if I went and, checked it out. I have two friends who work at a couple of rescue places, and, I thought maybe if you go and check it out, but then if you see like, hey, it's just not a fit. I just don't think I'm home enough.
I've done it on vacation. Not that
But just fostered?
Well, just kind of go. They let you take home a dog for like a day or two that's going to be adopted or trying to be adopted, and then you bring it back. And that's just so you can have a dog on vacation. You can go walk a dog. Also, I did in Colorado.
Oh, that's nice.
Just, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, I mean, we've already talked about it, G-Man. I mean, and and
Yeah.
I don't think you have to keep on trying to figure it out or make excuses or whatever it is. I mean, I just don't think that your lifestyle and who you are. I don't. Some people shouldn't have dogs
or kids.
They just you're out and about all the time.
Cat
you know
could work
that.
for you.
Yeah, maybe a cat. Yeah.
No, I'm passing on cats.
Maybe
You
a
have
cat.
enough cat in your life already.
You're so true, brother man. And it ain't free.
47142, start off with Real Radio. It says on pet adoption, one thing that people don't realize sometimes is to be sure that if you don't bring them with you, tell the shelter you have kids. And also realize that some of the pets may have been abused, so always ask as many questions as possible. And you are correct. That's from Al in Green Acres. So thank you for that. Let's see what else we have. It says Greek, the NFL draft looks like it's becoming a spectacle for nothing more than ratings. They have no one to blame but themselves for prank phone calls and any other mischievous ideas people will come up with.
Well, the NFL draft is definitely an event now. It has been for the last 10 years. It's gotten bigger and bigger. Huge money is made on it. People watch it. People consume it. People, want to see where everybody goes. There's great things for sponsorships. It's changed. It is, but it's also the amount of people who watch and are engaged with it every year goes up, and cities want it. Like next year is going to be in Pittsburgh. So it's really our society who cannot get enough of the NFL. If there's one thing I would say, the couple of things I think that we're as a society really hooked on, and I would say social media is up there. I would say drinking. I would say sort of drugs in a lot of different ways. And I would also say gambling and sex. And I throw the NFL in there too, because it just seems like we cannot get enough. And no matter what it is, we consume it, and we consume it in large numbers. And we're always looking for more. I mean, that's the whole thing. We're always looking like something comes across the screen or on your, you get a notification. You're like, oh, see this, whatever. And it's also, I think with the draft, people like to play GM. Like when it's their team, like, oh, who I would pick, or I would get this guy. And, it gives you some involvement with the team that you'll never have. But as a fan, it's something nice to say. I didn't hear about the Dolphins saying they were going to pick him, but I said that Saturday afternoon. I said at that price now, where he went down to like $1 million and change, you don't get anybody for that.
Yep.
On his rookie deal, I said maybe the Dolphins should grab him. But I'm glad he went to Cleveland instead of Miami, because I think it's going to be a circus. And I also think him and South Beach would be bad.
That QB room is going to be a circus.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely going to be a circus. There's no doubt about it. I wonder if they're going to try to get them for Hard Knocks again.
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh, my God. Because people are going to want to see him. And that's the main thing with him. He is a lightning rod. I mean, again, people really didn't talk about the draft. All they talked about was Sanders. Now, if he got picked where they thought in the first round, maybe 3 or 5 or 21, it would have been over. But it kept the drama going for 3 days. And I know wherever I went, people talked about it and said, oh, can you believe he's not picked? You said the same thing. And people are out there talking about it, can't believe it. And then everybody had their theory why and what happened. And then he goes to the party with $1 million, and that kicks up everything he gets. So it's definitely one of those situations where people know who he is and keep his name out there, and that's what's going to get the NFL all those clicks and people to watch. So it's all about the money.
I wonder what his dad thought about that, him just flaunting the $1 million.
Dion was very out there for his time with all the gold chains.
Yeah, he was a showboat too.
Yeah. So he might not, it's hard to say something, but Dion was also way better than a stunt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's, a guy who played 2 sports professionally, came out of Florida State, won championships in the NFL, gold jacket. He's got it all. But when he came in, he was cocky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a different era, though. A different time and everything like that. So, I don't know.
And Dion wasn't 5th round drafted.
No. He was right out of the gate. But I don't know if Dion has those conversations with his kids. You would think he does, because he seems like he's very, at least they want you to believe, he's very in tune with his children and growing up and them playing for him. And that was the reason they went to Colorado. I don't know. You would think he probably like, what are you thinking? You know what I mean? But I don't know. I mean, to go to a party with $1 million, supposedly, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was $1 million either. Like, I saw the videos in a box. I don't know if that was $1 million.
There was 2 boxes, too.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
It's just like, what's the point of partying with $1 million? Bringing it. What's the point?
I mean, he's got a chain on that they say is worth like a couple $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
The big ass with the diamonds, and so I don't know. I mean, it's just him being him, and that was one of the reasons why teams didn't want to draft him. They don't want to deal with all that. And like I said, it goes back to Tebow. Teams didn't want to deal with Tebow. Tebow signed with the Jets, and it was the largest amount of reporters the Jets ever had in their history for anything, and it was like 200 reporters showed up.
That's like when Tebow was at the Miners up the street.
Crazy. I mean, there are some people that are like, you know what? It's not worth it. Now, if Tebow was better, or they thought he was going to be, a great, great quarterback, they would have dealt with it. He did good at Denver that year. He got in the playoffs. They beat Pittsburgh, who was the team who was the number 1 seed. But after that, it just went awry, and he went from team to team. But I think with Sanders, and I also said yesterday, I think with Sanders, you think if your team doesn't do well, he's going to tell his father to become the coach.
Mm-hmm.
And teams have called it that. So you can draft this kid, and then maybe his father's going to be your replacement. I think that plays in some people's heads. It does happen. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. We'll come back, and we do have a trifecta, and later in the show, WWGD, and so much more. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's a post that was on Reddit. I started just wearing thongs for the first time recently. Originally because I was tired of VPL on leggings. I don't even know what that is.
Visible panty line.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is not what I was going to go with for PL.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Go up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Broken down car, Florida Turnpike North. This is your ramp to Lake Worth Road. Right lane of that off-ramp is blocked. And we have roadwork PGA Boulevard East. Look out for delays at US 1. Your right turn lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What Would Greek Do is brought to you by Monroe's of Palm Beach.
Hey, it's the Greek for Trajan Wealth and your retirement plan. It's not as easy as just figuring out, hey, what's my mortgage? What is my car payment? What do I need to survive? You got to have a plan, and Trajan Wealth can help you. Give them a call today, 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. When you retire, you should be able to enjoy life because it is the reward at the end of that rainbow. And it's never too early to start thinking about your retirement. People say, I'll worry about it later. No, start worrying about it now and have a plan. Trajan Wells has offices in West Palm Beach. Stop in today. No question is a bad question. They'll direct you and also show you different ways that you can feel comfortable with your retirement and your plan. And they'll even look at your 401k if you're invested in one. They'll make suggestions, and it's up to you whether you want to take them or not. Trajan Wealth. Call them today. 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. Call them today. Advisory services offered by Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Doesn't anybody fix things anymore? It's like all we can think about is replacements. Your TV dies, you get a new one. You rip your pants, you get a new pair. Last time I caught a cold, I was worried that wife might trade me in. If your car is worth fixing when it has problems, and your home gets repaired when it needs improvements, how about fixing the garage door your car comes through instead of spending a fortune to replace it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians are not incentivized to upsell you to a new garage door when all you need is an expert repair. We got the parts, we got the training, and the personal drive to think, how can we get this baby back to working like she's supposed to? How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Garage doors are a she, right? Like a ship? Pretty sure it's a she.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our past huge results and how we can help.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around, just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well, with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
Together, you say goodbye, and I say hello.
Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits.
And on the run.
Listen commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Beatles Now and Then, and make it your next preset.
iHeartRadio. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Got that right. Always appreciate you guys tuning in. Keyword every hour, your chance to win $1,000. Some WWGD coming at you later in the program, and so much more. Dominucci in the house.
Hello. The keyword was bills.
Here it is. Helping you guys. Keyword bills. Francis is here.
Hi.
And time for a trifecta?
No, where do you go with?
Oh, don't do this.
Where does it go?
Nope, trifecta.
Yes.
RealRadio921.com one day.
Yeah, we're a team. Let's go.
Riders up. It's Greek Trifecta.
All right. last night there was some NBA playoffs. Our Miami Heat are done, but the NBA playoffs are not done. They are not done as a lot went on last night. The Knicks lost to Detroit at the Garden. Not a good scene for the Knicks. They were in command of the series, but no, the Pistons are still hanging in there and giving the Knicks a tough road. Boston Celtics send the mouse home. That's right. They beat Orlando, so they are done. Denver beat the Clippers last night, so they're up 3-2. Good games tonight. You got Minnesota and the Lakers playing. Lakers with their backs against the Hollywood sign. They're down 3-1. They lose tonight. It is time for LeBron to make Space Jam 2. And you got the Warriors taking on the Rockets. Speaking of the NBA playoffs, ratings are up 13% from last year. They are really doing well with the ratings. And the NBA earlier in the season was doing bad, but second half and the NBA playoffs with some good matchups have made people tune in. A lot of good storylines and a lot of good games. So that's good for the NBA. Our Florida Panthers are playing tonight. Game 5. Pregame starts at 7. The puck drops at 7:30. As the Panthers take on Tampa Bay Lightning, they are up 3-1. This could be it for Tampa. Good night, Irene. Maybe. But you can hear all the action on 92.1 and 101.7. Go Panthers. Let's get back to the Cup. Let's try to get back to the Stanley Cup for 3 years in a row. That would be a record for the organization. But if you want to listen to the Panthers tonight, maybe hang out by the pool or whatever you're doing, maybe taking a walk, make sure you put on Real Radio 921. And the NFL announced today that they are fining the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and the defense coordinator $100,000 because his son made a prank phone call and to Deion's son. Not good. I am surprised about the amount they fined him, but boy, they are trying to send a message.
Oh, yeah.
$250,000 to the Falcons, not much, but to the defense coordinator who makes $1 million and after taxes probably brings home $680,000, they gave him a nice chunk, $100,000. I wonder, I don't know, you think the Falcons picked that up for him?
Mm-mm.
No?
Nope.
I was wondering if they, because I always wonder sometimes if fines, who pays?
It's not their fault. They're taking responsibility, but it's not their fault. It's his fault.
No, I know. The owner might be like, hey, that's a lot of money out of your pay, but we'll see. But, yeah, definitely not a good situation. I think he's grounded, even though he's 20 years old. He's he might have to cut a couple lawns around the neighborhood to try to give his parents some money back. Greeks Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Streets in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. 877-927-6969. That's the number you can call us to get involved with the show if you want to bring up any of the topics we brought up or if you want to ask us any questions.
So we did get a couple texts, and one came from our girl, Kara. No, we have not talked about it, but I did read this story earlier, and it's a very sad situation. She was like, did you guys talk about the John Elway situation with the golf cart? And this happened. Stagecoach is basically like a country version of Coachella that happens out in California. And it went on during the weekend. And Jeff Spurbeck, which is John Elway's longtime business partner, if you guys did not hear, he is in the hospital on life support following a horrific golf cart accident. But they said that they were at the Madison Club, and it was Saturday afternoon. He was riding on the back of the golf cart, and I heard it was Spurbeck, it was Elway and their wives, I believe, were on the golf cart. They said when something went terribly wrong and Jeff, his buddy, somehow fell off the golf cart, landing on the ground, hitting his head. Jeff's wife and at least one other person noticed him, was down, quickly turned around to check on him. They said it was immediately clear that he's a longtime sports agent, was in really bad shape. So it was John Elway who did call 911. He was rushed to the Desert Regional Medical Center, but sadly the prognosis was not good. They said that although Jeff's not clinically dead, they were told that doctors informed his family that, they don't, that's how bad at the time they're like, there's no hope he's going to recover. He's being kept on life support while doctors prepare the worst. So he may not be a household name himself, but he's instrumental in the career of John Elway. And I guess they started working together back in the 90s. So a lot of people, they're just like, well, what the heck happened? And so cops have opened up an investigation into that golf cart accident that left this guy fighting for his life. So I guess we will see what they said. Right now, everything is purely informational. They're still looking into it. So they're just in the process of gathering information, conducting interviews with witnesses that did see it. And of course, the cops, the goal is to determine what they said if a criminal act occurred. So yeah, very, very, very sad situation.
Oh, something so unfortunate. That's why life, you just never know.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you just little accidents
That's
like
what
that.
they're saying. I mean, was Elway, and that's the speculation. Was he drinking? Like, and that's why an investigation is happening.
Yeah.
And he has not. John Elway has not publicly commented on the situation yet.
Yeah, and again, when you put a big name out there like Elway, you know what, people are going to want to know, check into it. This is a sad story. It happened a couple of days ago. But again, freak accident. I mean, it happens every day. You see things where, God forbid, something happens, you don't even realize it, everything's fine in your life. 2 seconds later, things could change. And it's sad. It really is. Obviously, when you hit your head anytime, you got a problem. And you got to get it checked. A lot of people don't. It could be anything, you know, playing basketball, this, that. You fall, go get it checked right away because you just never know. And people always, I've heard guys say, oh, I feel a little woozy or something like that, but should always get it checked. And this is a very sad situation. This gentleman, you know, family, friends, and everything's okay. And then the next thing you know, his world's upside down. Goes back to the old saying, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. I mean, it really does. I mean, we do complain about a lot of things as people every day, but we have inconveniences. And this is something that's tragic and very, very sad.
Very much so. And then 47142, today is Adopt a Shelter Pet Day. And it says, Greek might need a dog, but he absolutely doesn't need a dog. They said there's no way. Plus, he always says a beagle, but those dogs can be howlers and barkers. These go away sometimes. Just by their nature. Like G said, he needs a pet that doesn't talk much. He should go with an orange beta fish and name it Sinatra.
Oh, nice.
They said just pinch off some food. He's happy. Change the water every 3 weeks. If he kills it, he gets a royal flush and buys another one.
Nice. I like that.
And then somebody says, my friend and her hot girlfriends, they foster dogs and then they'll take them to the beach. They said they've been pretty successful at getting homes for them.
I'm sure they are.
Let's see what else we got. And talk about big chains. Jack Doherty, stupid YouTube kid, got $300,000 worth of necklaces stolen right in front of his bodyguard.
Yeah, I read that, and I saw it. That was the other day. And his bodyguard's huge.
Bodyguard's huge, but doesn't carry a weapon. That's what happened. Doesn't carry a gun.
And I think that was in downtown L.A., right?
It looked like either that or Bel Air, somewhere nice. Beverly Hills, somewhere over there.
Interesting.
Well, again, you post stuff and you put stuff out there, almost said the wrong word, you're going to grab people.
Besides that, he's live streaming it, so it's like, hey, we're right here. This is where I am.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's what happened with Kim Kardashian, too, with her robbery. That trial just started, by the way.
Yeah, of course, the guy's, I'm sorry, is what he said.
And they dropped like a $24,000 bracelet on the ground when they were leaving. She's lucky that ended up the way it did. That could have went really, really bad. But when you're putting stuff out there, you know.
I can't believe the trial. I mean, this happened in 2016.
Yeah.
What took so damn long?
I know.
Jeez.
But when you're
9 years later.
Yeah. When you put stuff out there, you know, for the world to see, that's what you have to remember. The world sees it. So there's going to be good and there's going to be bad, obviously.
Speaking of good or bad loyalty, we look at as being very good. And that's, I think that you should surround yourself with loyal people, right? And so there's a new survey that looks at loyalty and what people are willing to do to help friends, family, and even brands, and not even just people. So the full story here is, how far would you go to help people you care about? That's what a new survey asked about 2,000 U.S. adults to find out how deep their loyalty was. So it turned out people are willing to do a lot for those close to them. It said, according to the survey, 53% of Americans would suffer going through the DMV for a loved one. 39% would gladly donate an organ to a friend or family member in need.
How much is that one?
39%.
That's pretty high. That's nice to hear. I mean, because you know, that's a big thing.
Would you?
I don't know. Gotta be honest.
I would.
I guess if it's life-threatening, yeah.
Yeah, in need? Yes. It's probably, yes, if they need an organ, it's probably life-threatening, G-Man.
I'd probably be like, you can't get anybody else?
Oh, my God.
I don't know. I try to put down sometimes for things to donate organs, and they're always like, nah.
It doesn't work like that.
We don't want you, Greek.
Oh, my goodness. Don, would you?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. They said, and loyalty just doesn't stop there. Nearly 2/3 say that they would serve as a reference for an apartment or job. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I'm doing that right now for a good buddy of mine. Some would also be willing to start a business with a loved one, especially their partner at 35% and best friend at 27%. That one's one of those that's tricky.
Yeah, you got to
It's
really
tricky.
know the person.
Mhm.
And going back to the Oregon thing, I don't want to come off insensitive. I just don't want a scar. I feel like
You just came off even more sensitive and vain.
it's a show.
If they get lucky and at $100,000 suddenly fall in their lap, 82% of respondents say they'd even share the new fortune with family and friends. When it comes to brands, and this is not, obviously, we're talking far away from people, but 57% prefer one over the other for certain items or services, including shoes. We know G-Man is a Ferragamo guy. 52% technology, have loyalty to technology, like the brands that you have their phones and computers, hair products, and clothing. More than 2/3, 71%, are loyal to specific grocery stores.
I see that in restaurants and stuff like that.
59% loyal to specific restaurants, and others feel that way about certain gas stations. That's
Yeah.
interesting. G-Man, we know that you're very much loyal to certain grocery stores and restaurants.
Yeah, I cannot go to another steak restaurant. It's not that I can't go to another restaurant that serves steak, but I would never go anywhere besides New York Prime.
The average American has stayed loyal to their favorite brand for 13 years. Well, it's been more than 2 decades for a third of these people that were polled. They said brand loyalty does come with some perks, right? They like the free shipping and returns, BOGO deals, discounts, and even freebies when they spend a certain amount at certain places that they are loyal to. So, yeah, when it comes to loyalty, it's not just about friends and family. And, we know with G-Man specifically, it's also with brands.
Yeah, I think it's if you like something, and again, why change? And you want to be, if it's being loyal to a certain brand and you feel their quality is good, I think it's great. I think some of the numbers you put up were very good that, people will help people in need in many things. It wasn't anything on there about about actually lending money, though, right? Like to family or friends. I didn't see that. Did you say something like that?
Not lending, but they said if they won the lottery, like even $100,000 is all they put on there, they said that they would share the wealth with their friends and family.
That's nice. Dom, would you do that?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Your friends or your family? Your family, I could see.
Matters how close our friends they are.
So you would break off a piece for somebody if you won 100 times? Like, here's 3,000, I won money? Maybe just
100 times? I don't know. But if it's like 1 million,
that's a lot. That's
Yeah.
a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
100,000, maybe take him out to dinner or get him a hooker.
Yeah,
Something like that.
exactly.
Buy him some babanya, something like that. Be like, here you go, buddy. I'm going to break off a piece for you. 100,000, you start giving everybody money, what are you going to have left? Nothing. 877-927-6969. Loyalty. Are you loyal to your family, your friends, and to brands? Let us know. I think some people are probably more loyal to their brands than they are to their family or friends. Like Apple phones. Oh, my God. People like that. That's a brand that people were like, oh, man, I got to have an Apple. I got to have it. But everybody's different. Yeah, you can call us or you can text us at Real Radio 47142. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Panthers tonight, they're playing Game 5. Do you think they will end it for Tampa Bay or will this come back to Florida for Game 6? I know this one guy's a big Panther fan. He has tickets all the time. He goes, I want them to lose to come back. I'm like, you never want that. Take it from me. I remember years ago when the Yankees were up 3-0 in the Red Sox. And I was like, I hope they win. So there's a game at Yankee Stadium. Boy, did I eat my words. I had the Yankees for the series. I lost my ass. So if you got a chance to win, just win. It's never a script. It's never perfect. But if you're you're a fan.
Oh, yeah.
And your team's up 3-2.
Take it.
Take it. Don't worry about them coming back. You can get round 2 and go to a game. But people always say, like, I got tickets. I want to see this. And I did it. I ate my words. Oh, man, that was one of the worst defeats ever for me. When the Red Sox beat the Yankees, and not only was it bad because I lost 4 times in a row, every game in the series, and when the Marlins beat the Yankees, that was, oh, my God, that was bad. There's no way. And I remember people were saying it's like the junior league against the senior, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way the Marlins could ever do it. And they beat them and smacked them, too. I think it was in 6. I think Beckett had the pitcher for the Marlins. Unbelievable. But yeah, you can call us, you can text us. Also, you have an opportunity to win $1,000 every day, 13 times a day. Yes, Tom?
I have a talk back real quick.
Okay.
Yo, guys, what's going on? Palm Beach Gardens' favorite pool guy, Jeremy, checking in. Just want to touch base on a couple quick things. That girl with the rat, punting. I'm out of there. I'm not dating no girl that has a rat. Crazy. Second, Dunkin' Donuts, they got cameras everywhere. I'm sure they can figure out who that guy is that stole $3 worth of coffee. And Dom, this one is for you. Chris just told you how to get him back every time he calls and says you suck. You're like, how was that Sunday last night? Peace.
How was that Sunday last night? That is disappointing. Those are things like, say you, like sometimes Joseph's, I go on a Sunday, and I forget they close at 6. So I might be out and about, and you get there, and just, either the door's closed, or they're like, we're out.
Like last night, you wanted to go to that one shop with Franny before we went out to eat, but they were closed right at 6.
Yeah, or Maz, we got there a little bit late. Next time. Get her a pair of sandals.
He knew. That's why he said 7 o'clock reservation.
I didn't pick the restaurant or the place.
7 o'clock reservation. How about that?
6:30.
Did you even have a reservation last night?
No.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't think they made them, but G-Man said they did.
Yeah, because when I walked in, the girl said to me, do you have a reservation? And I said, I remember in the past I've been here that you don't take reservation. And Franny confirmed it. So she's like, no, we're booked. She goes, but you can sit at a high top. I said, well, when the young lady gets here, I'll let her decide if we want to stay there or move into the dining room. And that's when she said, you can't move into the dining room until about 8 or 8:30. I said, okay, we'll try to figure that out once she gets here. And then Franny came in and said, this is fine. And that was the end of it.
And you had a nice little Sunday last night, too.
Yeah, nice Sunday. And she saved me $40. Because I already gave the girl $40. I said, find me a table. Kick one of these guys out. Where are they going? Rush them. Let's go. I mean, go out. What are you doing? They look like they're there for a little while. Get them out of here. I would have waited. Maybe had a couple of drinks or something like that. But they were packed. You guys have a couple of drinks.
I was like, wait, whoa.
Yeah, I don't drink. I would have maybe another iced tea. But yeah, where we sat was great. Everything was good. Perfect night. You guys had great company. Had fun. I do it again tonight. Just kidding. 877-927-6969. That's the number. I'm going out to dinner tonight with one of my good buddies, his wife, and their daughter. And so we're going out to a nice restaurant.
How old is she?
No, not like that. Why do you gotta go there? What is wrong with you, Dominic? I mean, sometimes you just push it. God, she's like in her 20s. I don't do stuff like that. It's their daughter. It's like part of family. But I'm eating late tonight. I'm doing them a favor. I'm going like 8:30. So they have reservations at 8:30. I could have pulled Rank and got us in earlier, but he made the reservation, so I was like, I'll go with it.
New York Prime?
No.
What do you mean you're doing them a favor?
I'm showing up.
Got it.
I'm kidding.
No, you're not.
I'm kidding. You kidding me? I'm not going to do that. I'll bang around before then and watch a game. Maybe get a break in the middle. Last night we put a bet in with the Hard Rock app. The good thing was the first part of the parlay lost. So it was already done.
I show up and Greek's like, it's already gone.
It's dead. We're dead already. I was going to pay you there, but I said, I'm going to pay to him tomorrow because, I'm making be nice to me during dinner. I was like, that could be it. You can do it. And then you're finished. You can call us at 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If you want to add something to the program or touch on a topic that we brought up. NFL did find the Falcons $250,000 and $100,000 to the defensive coordinator. Do you think that was too much money? And also, if you have an opinion, do you think the Falcons chip in or maybe not? Who knows? Probably not, like you said.
Well, since they're getting fined themselves, yeah.
Yeah. So they're probably like, we're not going to do that because I don't think the NFL will be happy about that. But the NFL is looking to send a message. I'm sure next year, nobody's going to get those numbers. Probably just maybe the owner and the GM, because it seems like everybody in the organization, a lot of people that were dealing with the draft, if you ever watch the draft, there's like 13, 14 people in those draft rooms. So I bet you nobody gets those numbers next year. Wouldn't you think?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think they definitely like, all right, we're cutting this down. We got burned last year. And I'm sure now the teams are going to dress the coaches too. All right, knuckleheads, do not give this out to your kids or anybody who can do you a prank call, and that's it. But again, if you weren't aware, it's a phone that the NFL gives these kids for that night. So it's not like, and a lot of people always said, like, man, suppose their phone's blowing up with all their friends and everything like that. And that's also hence why people would always say, like, why do these guys have two phones? Mm-hmm. You would see them.
Yep.
They'd be like, why are they bringing two phones? Because one is for the NFL and one is their own. But most people didn't get that. They were like, man, two phones already? Because when I see somebody with two phones, I go shady. Like they're doing something. If they're, it depends what their job is. I know some people have a phone for their job and some personal. But if it's somebody who's just regular and they got two phones or Like if somebody, like, I don't know, last week somebody came up to me, a kid, he goes, hey, you need a burner phone? I'm like, this kid's either cheating on his wife or he's finagling. Because that's the only reason you would have a burner phone.
It's just so funny seeing CD Lamb.
Oh, yeah.
His situation.
Oh, that was a couple of years ago. That girl's gone, by the way. She's gone. Most of the girls are gone. They talk about that.
Russell Wilson's.
Oh, yeah.
From draft day.
Oh, yeah. She's gone, too. Well, that was a big improvement when he did. Are you kidding me?
Oh, because he's with Sierra?
Oh, my God. His wife's smoking. I'm just saying. He definitely Russell Wilson, good-looking guy. Sharp guy, the whole thing. But sometimes you got to know when you kick your coverage. Any man. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a good day and enjoying yourself. You're going to get a new keyword in a couple minutes from our boy Rover. And that'll continue on 13 times a day for a couple more weeks. Hopefully a lady or a gentleman wins $1,000 from Real Radio. And we'll be happy that you win some cash. And you don't have to break us off a piece either. Just be happy.
No?
No, you can't accept tips. Have you ever told anybody you couldn't accept a tip?
Yeah.
In what position? Like, what were you doing? Sex?
Bingo.
It is the Penthouse. We'll be back.
Introducing the latest way to hear the greatest station in the world. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round one is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. If you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse, call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Disabled vehicle, Florida Turnpike North. This is the ramp to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Right lane of that off-ramp is blocked. We have roadwork slowing us down Military Trail North. Right after Cresthaven Boulevard, that right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week. The girls are there, and they are beautiful. And if you like sports, and if you like UFC, check it out. What's better to watch a sporting event with a beautiful lady? With a 5-star menu. Call up today and reserve a table. You'll be up front and personal with the beautiful ladies. And this Sunday, May 4th, may the 4th be with you. Inspired cocktails. You'll feel like you're in a galaxy the moment you walk in. Sunday, May 4th, a great party you want to be at. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars at Monroe's. Peace.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cartus, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All about the presets.
That is the best new feature. It's like a car radio right on the app.
There's a list of what's trending. There's all the podcasts. I love it.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around, just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well, with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Do you know May is Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month? When a motorcycle is in motion, it's more than just a motorcycle. The rider is someone's friend and family. You can save a life by taking time to look for motorcycles before turning or changing lanes. You must look for motorcycles to see motorcycles.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio 921 and 101.7, home of the Florida Panthers. Tonight, the Panthers taking the ice, Game 5 against Tampa Bay. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's going on?
And we're going to do another batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Okie dokie. We're going to start here in your What the Florida, where a traffic stop in Flagler County led to a bunch of meth and firearms. So they said a missed rental truck return led to more trouble for a Volusia County man after deputies found meth and a handgun inside. So this past Friday, deputies with Flagler County Sheriff say they conducted a felony traffic stop for a stolen vehicle. According to deputies, 44-year-old Douglas Miller was traveling in a stolen budget rental truck. So deputies reported to deploying some stop sticks to stop the vehicle. Miller told deputies that he did rent the vehicle on March 17th and was using it as a work vehicle for his business. Here we are, April 30th or whatever it was. I think it was the 25th when they pulled him over. But March 17th, he's like, just using it for a work vehicle right now.
Couple days.
Yeah. Well, Budget reported it stolen on the 25th. They're like, dude, it's been gone for a long time. This guy was only supposed to have it for a day or two. So, of course, they reported stolen. They found the vehicle. Inside the stolen vehicle, they uncovered more charges for Miller. Vehicle searched, handgun, clear plastic bags, 6.6 grams of meth, 2 glass pipes. And they're like, yeah, when you rent a vehicle, you must return it with agreed upon time. Otherwise, it will be reported stolen.
What's illegal in all of that?
And we will arrest you and take you to the Green Roof Inn. That's what Sheriff Rick Staley likes to say. He's like, we will not tolerate drugs in Flagler County either. So yes, he was booked on counts of grand theft of a motor vehicle, possession of meth, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Then next up in your What the Florida, there is a what they call an act of revenge. This guy, crazy, because not only was he trying to screw the HOA, but he put a bunch of people in danger and they lost their home. So this guy fighting with the HOA for years. And they said since 2022 or 2021. But this Mark Herman, 56, decided, all right, this is how I'm going to get back to you guys. This is what I'm going to do. Well, the claims were that they started fighting. He owned his condo 25 years. And he ended up getting in a legal battle with his HOA. They accused him of not paying his fees, as putting a lien on his property. Then they foreclosed his place. It ended up getting sold at auction.
Sure.
So, you got to pay your fees. It happens.
Yep.
He was like, yep, well, I'm going to light the whole place on fire. He did. He lit his place on fire. And they said that the neighbors and everything just said they heard a boom. This is all an act of revenge against the Homeowners Association. Well, an accelerate detecting canine dog alerted 2 different spots in the home and to this Herman dude's t-shirt that he was wearing that, yep, it's this guy. He started the fire. Herman had owed $28,000 in unpaid dues and related fees to the association. Of course, besides his own condo unit that he lit on fire, the fire destroyed 3 other families' homes. And of course, the financial costs have been phenomenal, they said. These poor people, they said, we've had to rent another apartment for over 2 years because our condo is being rebuilt this whole entire time.
It's terrible.
So the costs have depleted our savings. One of the victims said he was like, he had little regard for the lives of us who were home when he decided to burn our condo down. And that's exactly what he did. No regard to it. I mean, they're saying some dude didn't have to because of this. Of course, people had to flee their home, but one man jumped from 2nd floor balcony to escape the fire.
It's terrible.
Yeah, terrible situation. So it happened a couple years ago. And now this guy finally got sentenced to prison. So next up in your What the Florida, this is the weird, crazy story. And so she lost her nursing license because of this too. And I have heard that because they have a moral clause that you have to sign. And it's a Florida nurse who was caught by her husband having sex with his 15-year-old son, which is her stepson.
Terrible. Not a bad story.
Yep. Following, they said, weeks of seduction, Alexis Von Yates had her single state nursing license revoked last week as she awaits criminal trial for last July's alleged statutory rape of a minor who was visiting his father in Ocala. Can you imagine the mom, the real mom? He was just visiting for summer.
Oh, God.
Even the dad. Obviously the dad walked in on it,
It's so bad. In so many different areas.
He was just visiting for summer vacation. She said that nurses are placed in a position of trust, according to the Florida Department of Health. They did a big, long statement saying, it's imperative that they demonstrate good judgment, good moral character, which clearly Mrs. Yates did not. So, they're saying on the night of July 6, 2024, Yates put her 2 children to bed and then hung out with her 15-year-old stepson in the living room. They said they smoked a little THC. I love that I say THC vape. Played video games, watched movies, while his father, who's a lineman, was working late. Around 1 a.m., she flipped on a horror movie called Terrorizer 2. Never heard of it. Then further tempted the minor, declaring the movie was boring her and that she was horny. She had not had sex in 2 weeks. So she cuddled a little closer with the 15-year-old and then started kissing. And then they proceeded to make out. And then she was like, I wish you were 18 because you're not old enough, as she was saying, even though she didn't really care. And they said she kicked off her panties and the pair engaged in all kinds of stuff. So the unsuspecting father and husband came home to discover his wife and son on the couch completely naked.
She probably said to him, what are you doing home?
Yep, the 15-year-old ran out of the house, but allegedly heard Yates explaining that the child victim looked like his father when he was younger. That's disgusting. It is.
Bad.
Disgusting.
These stories are not good.
The father then drove his son to his grandparents' house, telling the boy that he ruined his life while drinking beer on the drive over. That's not a good look either. Yep. Prior to the assault, they said Yates allegedly engaged in several acts of seduction over flirtation towards a minor in the weeks prior to. So, yes, she has finally... Oh, by the way, she... they said other occasions besides, like, coming home all sweaty and making like comments to him. She said that she made a show of making a whipped cream and then putting some on her tongue and stuck it out to the minor. Like they said she would always tease him with like weird, gross things until finally this happened. So yes, this did happen over the summer and now we're waiting to see how she's going to be criminally charged, but it's making the news because the Florida Department of Health that says, yep, she is no longer allowed to have her medical license. She lost it because of this situation.
Yeah, you ruined your whole career.
Absolutely. Your
and
life.
Your family.
Your life. And this kid's life.
Yep.
Uh-huh. And that is your with the Florida.
Crazy stories every day. You never know what we're going to get and from this great state of ours. And they are always unique and different. There is some speculation, and this is where things always start, that will North Carolina fire Bill Belichick? In the last 24 hours, some people have said that he looks like he's not himself. This is bad look for the university.
Who was it? Megyn Kelly said it was elder abuse, what this Jordan girl was doing.
Yeah.
She called it elder abuse.
Yeah, and Megyn Kelly really went after him.
Yeah.
I mean, again, everybody's got an opinion. It's not a popular thing he's doing as far as society looks at it because of the age difference. But I think it's more so to her demeanor, the way she acted on that interview. Now, CBS is letting out...
And like the leaked email, too, that she put out there.
Yep, she put out an email. And also, CBS said they showed one of the tamer situations that she did when she got mad and said, we're not talking about this. But there was other ones they said were worse. Sources, again. So, again, you always hear rumors about people getting traded and coaches being fired and stuff like that. And you go, where did they get it from? But I don't know. I'd be shocked if he got fired. I really would be, because I think that, he's obviously going to help the university with recruiting and the team, and millions of dollars are, tied to football. But, I mean, if something else happens, maybe, but there is some articles that are popping up here and there. And they said when it first happened, North Carolina was not happy the way things went down.
Of course. I mean,
yeah,
they didn't hire her technically to be,
nope,
big shot.
Well, she is technically his PR person, so she's going to handle a lot of things. On their side, people are saying, well, when she said we don't want to talk about it, that's what a lot of PR people do when you're doing an interview. If something comes up, they don't want to discuss. But being that it's his girlfriend, it's another element. And then her being on all the emails and stuff like that. There are reports where University of Carolina, North Carolina is not happy.
See, that's the thing. If she's his PR person, then she doesn't have to be on the UNC emails.
Mm-hmm. No, he might not. He might be somebody who doesn't really respond to them, or maybe with New England he didn't do that, or he had somebody address him for him. I don't know. But I think it's more of his behavior. Also, I think Belichick's stepping into a world he's really not familiar with, which is social media. And when she puts out all these posts and different things, he never did any of that. You never saw anything with Belichick. The guy was known for, hey, I'm not talking at the press conference. Or I'm to Cincinnati. That was his famous line. So they are saying combination by different things. Some players and people are saying they're concerned by his behavior on that interview. So, I mean, it seemed a little odd to me. I don't think he was on anything, any medication or anything like that, but it did seem a little odd the way his persona was for years, that he controlled everything. Boom, boom, boom. It's Belichick's way or the highway, even with Robert Kraft, with a lot of different things. So we'll see what happens. But if he does end up getting let go, it'll be where people will say this is where it happened, the CBS interview. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but there's just some things that are out there. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you guys want to get involved, you can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Do you think the fine for the coach of the Falcons was too high by the NFL after this gentleman's son made a prank phone call? Do you think the fine was high?
Nope, I think it was perfect.
Yeah, 100,000.
Send the message.
Yeah, okay, and 250 for the Falcons. The
Send-
Falcons is no big deal.
Send the message so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I think people will definitely. I've said that with texting for years. I didn't even know if the NFL was going to find him. I know they were investigating it and they talked about different things, but I am surprised they find them, that much money. I really am. But like you said, they wanted to send the message. It's not going to happen. Again, I could guarantee it. And I also think less people have access to this next year. I bet you maybe each team had 20 or 30 people who had the phone numbers. And I bet you this year it's going to be the owner and the coach. And that's it. And the GM.
The phone numbers will be right there at the, not given out.
Oh, yeah, you might see that too. You're right. Great point. You're going to get it the day of the draft.
Exactly.
That's it. Because, again, they had these numbers a week before. So it's something totally different. So you're right. They probably just say, you know what, we'll give them the phones, and you guys get the numbers the next day. Because like anything else, after something bad happens, you try to prevent it and say, okay, we don't want this happening anymore. We got to correct it. So, yeah, that is a good way to do it, where nobody has it. And then, you know what, you can't give it out, and there's nobody going to be involved with it. But nice find by the NFL. They took it upon themselves. Oprah says, if you have anybody in your life that's in your inner circle and they are jealous of you, you need to drop them. Jealous of you or your success. You have to drop them, get them out of your circle. You don't need that. You need people that are with you 100%. I would think everybody would say that, but I think petty jealousy with certain people, you would see certain things.
No, you want people who are happy for you, not jealous.
Yeah, I mean, this
or
is
negative.
She had an interview I saw the other day speaking about different things. Oprah's very successful, obviously, had a great career, crushed it in so many ways. But she said, if you have anybody that in your inner circle, it's time to get them out. And there's another book coming out about Princess Diana. And supposedly she went into went undercover years ago and went into a gay bar with Freddie Mercury years ago. She had to go in costume, obviously, so nobody knew who she was. She was a little out there, always different, not so much out there, but a different type than I think royalty was used to. But yeah, this is a report that came out with her and Freddie Mercury, and she went out one night in disguise, and it's in a new book that's out about her. I don't know if anybody's going to be shocked. It's different because royalty doesn't do any of that. You know what I mean? They don't step outside of the lines in any shape or form. But yeah, it is a book that's coming out with her, and one of the many stories. But people were always intrigued with Princess Diana. Died way too young in a terrible car accident, running from the paparazzi, which was a bad situation that night. And the paparazzi can be really brutal with a lot of people. Tom, what do we have?
We have Evan on the phone.
Evan, what's happening, Evan?
Hey, doing well. I was watching a sports show last night, and it was either Tony Kornheiser or Mike Wilbon.
Yeah.
They were talking about the Belichick interview, and they said the fallout from this interview, they compared it to Mike Tyson, Barbara Walters when Robin Gibbons was there, and they said that's what they're comparing it to.
I said that yesterday on the Greek Zone. I compared it to the same thing. Yeah, I said it yesterday. Somebody, I was on the phone with Defoe, and I said it reminded me of Mike Tyson. What the only difference was the Mike Tyson thing, to me, he looked like he was drugged in that interview with Barbara Walters.
Exactly. That's another thing that that was a big thing. He was like a Prozac or something like that. They were saying
Belichick didn't look like he was drugged or anything. He just looked like totally, under control of whatever she said, and would not stray from anything that she said. And when she commented, we're not going to talk about that, he didn't even say anything. He just stood there. So I think people are very surprised about the interview. Also, it was the first time really you saw the two of them interact. Other times you just see all pictures of them and crazy stuff they're doing on the beach and all that other stuff. But this is the first time you actually seen them around each other. And, it wasn't a great look for him. There's no way. They went out that night, supposedly, in New York. They were showing pictures of that, and they seemed like they were fine. But I'm sure his friends and families have said that they're worried about him and concerned.
I saw a photograph what she did. She posted a picture of a book that she said that he signed when they're on a autograph when they were on a plane, and that she said, "Now this is how it happened. That was it." So she signed it. It just says something. She said, "Thank you very much for being a fan," or something like that, whatever it was. And she posted that picture of the book, and that's all it said. It said more to come or something like that. She's kind of encrypted. She's kind of a weirdo. She's into herself. That's for sure.
Franny talked about the story yesterday that they said that they were on a plane and Bill Belichick commented on the book she was reading. And then I guess that broke the ice. And then I never heard her if she knew who he was. Like
he signed the book, so.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't know if she knew going in, like, hey, who he is or not. But yeah, it's definitely.
She's from Maine, so you would think.
Yeah, you would think. But yeah, it's not a look that I think Belichick we ever thought you were going to see. I didn't even know Belichick was married when he coached all those years. The only time I ever knew anything about him was that his son coach was the assistant coach, and that's when I even heard he was married.
Yeah, could you see his wife on a sideline back with it during the Patriots days? I don't think so.
No, Belichick's very much in control. A lot of guys in sports that are at top dogs, they control, just like players, they control every single thing. They want to know every single thing going on, every element of the organization. So it was unusual to see him act that way and not even say anything. Like, I could have saw him been like, oh, what's the big deal? You know what I mean? Or something like that. We met on a plane. Who knows? Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's the narrative they came up with now.
Now, I remember yesterday, I think you compared it to Yoko Ono.
Yeah, I said some people are corner like Yoko. But there's even stories today saying, is he going to get fired from North Carolina? Because they don't like this image and this look that they're having with him. I don't know about that. I don't see it that way. Maybe he reels her in a little, but, I don't know. It's his life.
I thought it was just one specific person who was saying, right? I think it was a former Patriot. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Was saying that they should consider firing him. So I don't know if that's a narrative across the board or if it's just one person's opinion.
It was one person's opinion. Then I heard it on another sports show. Could this lead to him being fired? Now, I think if there's other incidents and things happen.
Ted Johnson, I think's the guy.
Yeah, then it might be some more problems like that. Her being on the field and practices and stuff like that. I thought that was a little different, but again, you wanted Belichick, you got him.
I think that's the Shedeur Sanders thing. I think it's going to get out of hand.
Yeah.
With Belichick in North Carolina. Like, you were talking to Defo about that yesterday, about all that stuff, and I really like Defo, man. He is such a good interviewer.
He's a good guy. I've said it for years. I worked with him for years. Very funny, very nice, and very, very, just from the day I walked in there, he made me feel welcome, which was nice because sometimes when you walk into a show that, you get appointed on, the guys or people on the show maybe aren't that cool with you, but they were very cool with me, and we had a nice friendship, me, him, and his producer, Mike Lupi, which was very nice. And you always remember, at least I always remember when people treat you nice. Because I could have went in there and they would have been like, we don't want you. Who's this kid? But they were cool. And as you can see, we're still friends years later. But yeah, the Sanders thing's out of control too. So who knows what's going to happen? He might get cut.
I don't think so. I think they'll give him a couple of years, at least this year to go through, because they're just, there's something about it. Did you see when he walked into the Brown Stadium or wherever they were yesterday, and the fans, there was like 10,000 fans out there yelling and screaming for him?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, so that's a good thing for him. He's got to perform. If the drama becomes too big and he's a backup quarterback, they'll cut him. They won't want to deal. Like I've said before, it's like Tebow years ago. Teams don't want that. They don't want all that drama. They want to focus on winning, and they want to focus on, you know what, having a positive message and getting out there and just getting W's. So they don't want a lot of drama. That's why he didn't get drafted by a lot of teams.
Yeah. So, yeah, but it's fun. You know, it's right now there's no football, so it gives us something to talk about, you know?
Yeah, well, it really was not that we talked about it because he dropped in the draft. If he got picked third or in the first round, it wouldn't have been a story. But because he never got drafted until the fifth round, that's what gave it legs, and everybody has an opinion, and everybody has a different spin, and that's what ends up happening. Evan, we got to run. We got to take a break, but thanks for always calling and listening to the show. If you want to call up to the Greek Zone, get into it more, you can. You're welcome to.
Thank you. Peace.
Peace.
A couple more things before we hit the break. We have a few people, and hopefully, Dom, you can find this. I'm sure you caught it. I did not. 47142 started off with Real Radio. Says, Greek said if the Panthers lose, they have to come back to Florida. LOL. Does he realize Tampa and Coconut Creek are in the same state? That's from Anthony. We also have, hey, Franny, did you know that if Panthers don't win tonight in Tampa, Florida, they will have to go back to Florida for the next game, at least according to Greek? God knows you don't want to go back to Florida from Tampa.
Well,
G-Man.
It's still Florida. I'm not wrong.
I guess
it's not like that.
They have to go back to Florida if they lose tonight, according to a few people.
Yeah. Way to be, people. Pay attention. Right there.
He's doing it for you, y'all. He's doing it for you.
A lot of times I am. You'll never know. That is the magic of Greek. We'll be back in a few minutes. Not really.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's a post that was on Reddit. I started just wearing thongs for the first time recently. Originally because I was tired of VPL on leggings. I don't even know what that is.
Visible panty line.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is not what I was going to go with for PL.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Disabled vehicle, Florida Turnpike North. This is the ramp to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Right lane of that off-ramp is blocked. We have roadwork slowing us down Military Trail North. Right after Cresthaven Boulevard, that right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and security edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GiveMeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Give Me the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. This is Captain Y, and we're here with Kenneth and Alyssa, who just won the new Impact Windows from Stormtight Windows. They're the grand prize winners of the up to $25,000 Impact Windows giveaway. Congratulations, Alyssa and Kenneth. How'd you hear about our giveaway?
I was driving in the car, heard you guys on the radio, and decided to give it a try.
Now, how surprised were you when you got our call letting you know that you just won up to $25,000 in brand new Impact Windows?
We were totally shocked. We couldn't believe it was real.
Kenneth and Alyssa, what are you going to do with all that savings?
Now we can finally take our kids to Disney World.
There it is. You heard straight from the winner. The savings are real. The giveaway is real. And if you're a homeowner and would like a chance to win up to $25,000 in brand new Impact Windows, now is your chance. Just text the word POWER to 373737. There's no purchase necessary, but you have to text the word POWER to 373737 for your chance to be the next big winner. When it must be done right, call Stormtight.
What the Florida is brought to you by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around, just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well, with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Okay, don't freak out. Chaperone is here, and she is unfiltered on Las Culturistas. I gotta warn you, there is no topic off limits. Plus, Kate Cassidy breaks her silence on Purpose with Jay Shetty. She talks about Liam Payne, and it's an episode you do not want to miss. Plus, Amy Lou Wood drops by On Air with Ryan Seacrest, and she says she felt pretty ugly after learning her casting process for White Lotus.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Panthers tonight, they're playing Game 5. Do you think they will end it for Tampa Bay, or will this come back to Florida for Game 6?
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
When you dissect that statement,
Yeah.
it's not false. Because
Well,
they're
coming back to Florida? Because they're already in, so how would they be coming back to it? I know you're going to try to talk in circles and confuse us even more. But go ahead. Explain yourself.
They got to come back. they're in
already
Florida.
here, but they're already here.
But it really is not a false statement because they're in the state of Florida.
I think what you meant to say is that Tampa Bay needs to come back in the series.
Oh, I don't want to go. No,
You're trying to help them, Dalton.
I'm just trying to help him a little bit.
No, I said it. I'm not going to say it. It's right there on the tape. I meant they're in Tampa tonight, and you don't want them to come back to South Florida. But whatever.
How about this one?
Go Panthers. That's not bad. I mean, it's not as good as Franny's. I can't do anything as good as Franny. That's strong. That's strong. If you hear mine, it's like, oh, God, it sounds like the cat's got a cold. Let's hear mine again.
Oh.
Go Panthers. Not bad.
Sounds like you're trying to be like sexy. Sexy Panther.
I don't know about that. I don't know if that would be sexy if you yelled at in
You're all
somebody's
breathy.
ear. Let's do a trifecta.
My ears.
What happens when you pick on me? There is a game tonight, Game 5. The Florida Panthers will go up to the Tampa Bay Lightning and hopefully get a W. Pre-game starts at 7. The puck drops at 7:30. Go Panthers. If they lose, there'll be Game 6 down here in South Florida. Still the same state, but in South Florida. Also in the NBA last night, there was a couple of big games. The Pistons went to Madison Square Garden and got a W. The Bucks, their season ended as the Pacers beat them. And Denver took a 3-2 lead over the Clippers. Tough game there. Tonight in the NBA, you got two big games. Minnesota and the Lakers. This is it. The Lakers have their backs against the wall, against the Hollywood sign. They lose tonight, they go home. And Minnesota, with that young team, takes the next step. Now, people may forget year-to-year playoffs and what happens. But last year, the Minnesota Timberwolves got to the Western Conference Finals against the Mavericks. So they're a good team. You might not be familiar with them, but they're deep. And they got a good team, so we'll see what happens. Minnesota might end it for the Lakers. Again, Warriors and Rockets. And Boston last night sent the Mouse home. That's right. They beat Orlando Magic. And Boston takes another step toward repeating as NBA champion. The NFL fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and the defense coordinator $100,000 because it was his laptop, which his son walked by and saw the number.
iPad,
excuse me, and saw the number and made that prank call. Strong fine today, but like I've said in other things, and people do agree from the text messages I'm getting, it's got to be strong so it doesn't happen again. I think next year will be more precaution put in, and I think I agree with Dominic 100%. I don't think anybody's going to get these numbers to the day of the draft. It sounds like they had them in about a week in advance. That's what it sounds like. And maybe earlier, and they were just trying to talk to certain guys if they draft them. You know what I mean? Like, hey, what do you think of it? And how do you think you'll fit here? Do you like our culture? Do you want to play in certain things? That's what it sounds like to me. But again, this kid did something. Unfortunately, I hope this story doesn't get worse. I hope his father pays and he learns a lesson and sends a message. I hope other things don't happen after the story, because it must be tough for this kid to handle it. He's wrong 1,000%. But, I'm sure he's going through his stuff right now and probably getting beat up on social media and friends that know him. So, again, what is the message for everybody? Think about before you do something, because sometimes what you think is going to be something simple and easy and fun turns out to go totally wrong. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. And now they have Dubai chocolate and gelatos and latte. And that is it. Last Trifecta today. Peace. Oh, you got a call?
Yes, we do. We have Anthony on the phone.
Anthony, what you got, Anthony?
You could be nice.
I am.
Yeah, what? It's other people, they say, oh, thank you for listening. We love you. We appreciate it. For me, I don't have any, I have healthcare insurance, but I don't have for therapy. And I can't keep thinking more of that.
Anthony, I've always think I'm very nice to you, and I appreciate you listening. I went out of my way on a Saturday night in the snow and sleet and came see you at New York Prime.
Real quick, did you talk about the Pacers and Bucks, Halliburton's dad? Did you talk about that?
The little headbutt?
Yeah, we were going to talk about it on the Greek zone. Yeah, not a great look for the father to do that. And I thought that the Greeks press conference, again, he's a different type of player. He was raised differently. I thought some of the things that he said were very, very nice. And it'd be nice if other people thought the same way as him. He's a very humble guy.
Yeah. Adam, I know Adam Silver probably listens to the show on the iHeart app. But let's see where his balls are at today. And he really should ban Tyrese's dad from the rest of the series from the court. Am I right or am I wrong?
I don't think that'll happen. He's not an employee of the Indiana Pacers. I think they'll probably talk to him and say, man, you can't do stuff like that. Also comes back to other things that we've talked about where security should be stronger, and it's not. I'm always surprised when series ends that nobody ever gets hurt when they let all the fans, jump on the field, on the court. It's not a football stadium. But again, I think it goes back to security. I don't know. Maybe they will say something where he's not allowed to go. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be nice.
Yeah. Giannis has all the money in the world, and you and I know because we've been talking for years. There's players and teams that they've been running around teams throughout the country, and they don't even sniff a championship.
Mm-hmm.
And Giannis has one, and so that's more. I don't think the Pacers are going to win one in the next 5 years. With the Cavs and the Pistons are only going to get better. I don't think they're going to come close to winning one anytime soon. So you got to give Giannis some respect.
Yeah.
He's the NBA champion. And
I think that the Pacers did. It's his father, and I'm sure another situation like the Atlanta Falcons coach, he's embarrassed. I mean, and the bad thing too is the father used profanity, and got right in his face twice. You want to be a fan for your team or you're a parent. Obviously, I get it's another level, but you got to act like an adult and respect people, and that's what the Greek Freak said.
Same thing with what happened with Cooper's mom at Duke.
Yeah, that was a mistake, but at least she was in the stands.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy came on the court and got in his face. But again, I think that goes back to I've said for years at sporting events, these teams make millions of dollars. There should be way more security, way more, but there isn't.
All right, you want my play of the day or not?
Quick, because we got to get to WWGD.
Dodgers over 5.5 runs, team total.
Team total, Dodgers over 5.5 runs. So when you're putting this out there, will you back anybody who loses this bet?
Greek Casino? The Greek Casino is unlimited, right?
Just kidding, Anthony. Don't ever change, brother. You're the apple on an apple pie. What?
Real quick, Franny, you're in charge of the videos for Instagram, right? I love that video you put last night.
Oh, yeah, the story?
Yeah. Dominic, I got to tip my hat off to you.
Why is that?
You blew out that candle like a pro.
Ooh.
He said practice.
Yeah, I thought I was watching Stormy Daniels doing magic tricks.
Ooh. All right, get back. By the way, what the hell do you do? How do you have so much time to text and call every day?
Gee, I got many hats. Right now I'm a surgeon.
All right.
Last week I was traveling door-to-door sex toy salesman.
Oh, wow.
My days.
How's that? That must be a good job.
It's door-to-door, so, sometimes it gets slammed and sometimes it's wide open. But
I'm sure it's an up-and-down situation. But good job, though. Again, when's the last time you saw a door-to-door salesperson?
Me.
Right.
I was like, almost every day. I told you solar.
Yeah, you're right. I meant for sex toys.
Oh, sex toys. Got it.
All right, Anthony, we're going to Benihana. Stay out of trouble. Thanks for the call, brother.
Love you.
Peace. You're the man.
All right. Yes, it is that time where we get into your emails. You can always email us, Franny at realradio921.com. Anything you want. But on a Wednesday, you are specifically looking for me to relay your email to Greek because you need him to help you out with the problem. You need his advice, love, gambling, sports, whatever it is. You think G-Man's the right person to send you on the right path. This is WWGD. What would Greek do?
Get ready for WWGD. What would Greek do?
Oh, that's what's always snaggapus.
Can you believe people ask this guy for advice?
He'd have lost 3 in a row. Feels like the wheels are turning off the ship.
I mean, really?
Yes, this is the 22nd edition of Ultra Music Festival. That kicked off, what's today?
Today?
Seriously?
Forget about it.
Get hired.
Your clog is plump.
It's WWGD.
All right. We got a couple quickies today. But I think we can get through them, and I think G-Man will have some good advice with these, including Steve's. So Steve he's in sales, and he said one of his good buddies gave him a fantastic lead, and from this lead, he closed it and got a really good commission off of it. So Steve wants to know, since his friend hooked him up, G-Man, what do you think is a good gift that he can get his friend to show his appreciation? And he does give you a heads up. He says, listen, my commission for that sale was $6,700. So, WWGD, what would Greek do?
I would give him $500 cash, or I give him a gift card, or golf, or something. That's a nice commission check, $6,700. And he may not want the cash. Maybe I would find out what he drinks also. But if he doesn't want the cash, I get him a gift card to a restaurant he wants for like $200. I get him a liquor and tell him I really appreciate it. Because where there's one lead, there's usually another one. But I would definitely give him some money. I think that's very nice. That's a big commission to get. I mean, that's the least I would do. Maybe even give him more. Some person might, give him $1,000. We were at the track last week, and a lady was telling us a story that she works there and she follows horses. She just, not a handicapper. She just follows them. And she was telling me a story where she gave a guy a horse a couple of weeks ago, and he won like $11,000, and he gave her $2,500. He goes, I would have never won without you. She goes, I was in shock. So, I mean, I definitely would throw him some money. $500 the minimum. But I think that. But if not, if he says no, some people are, like, I don't want the money, I just try to help you, then at least dinner and a bottle of liquor or something like that.
Yeah, I agree. Some sort of, payment back.
Yeah.
It could be something, his hobby. It could be like, take him out on a charter boat or something like that. Like you said, golfing. But
yeah, something.
If he doesn't want cash.
Yeah, if he doesn't want cash. But if not, I will offer him at least $500.
All right, sounds fair enough.
I mean, he can either Venmo it to him, just send it to him, say, here.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to worry about it. Just say, hey, take it. I really appreciate what you did. If you got any more leads, call me.
Sounds good. And congratulations, too, that you closed the deal.
Yeah.
Then next up, we have Robert. And Robert is going to the Kentucky Derby. Good for him.
Ooh.
Said it's his first time going, which is great. So, Robert wants to know, do you have any tips on what I should expect? Also, do you have any advice on any good places to go party or any good restaurants or bars that are by the track?
I don't know how you're getting there, but I would recommend to try to figure out how you're getting home. We did it a couple times, and one time it took us 6 hours to get out of there. Be very patient I don't know where you're sitting, but it's going to be packed. There's over 100,000 people, and the place is old. So it's a great event. It's a lot of good fun. As far as restaurants and bars, everything's packed. So wherever you go, obviously, they're ready for the race. But you got to be patient because there are so many people. And that's my advice. Enjoy. It's a great time. It's one of the best times I've had at a sporting event in my life. But just be patient and figure out how you're getting home. maybe, order an Uber way in advance. And I'm sure you got to wait for that. But it is so packed. And the biggest problem is that that's one event, the only sporting event, except for maybe boxing, that everybody leaves the same time. Everybody leaves after the race, so you're done. Like a football game, there's people leave at halftime, third quarter, fourth quarter. If it's a blowout, they leave. Boxing, if there's a knockdown, that's another one where everybody comes out at the same time. But with Kentucky Derby, no matter what, everybody's leaving at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why it's packed. So just have a great time. Enjoy.
Any recommendations, places to go or anything
Not
like
off the
that?
top of my head. I mean, I don't know anybody about a track off the top of my head.
All right. Well, I don't either, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any.
I mean, everybody's partying.
I know that Johnny C and I hung out at a really fun bar, but I can't remember what it was. That's when we were hanging out with Wee Man from Jackass. Yeah, that place was fun. Don't remember what it's called, though.
The chances of bumping into that guy. Oh, my God.
Alrighty. And then finally here, WWGD, we have Kim who writes in, and Kim's been dating her man for about a year, and next month they're going to Las Vegas to celebrate their 1-year anniversary. Sounds nice. So she was really excited to go, and she's never been to Vegas before, so she's absolutely looking forward to it. But the other day, she said he told me his brother is going to meet us in Vegas. While they're there, and it kind of deflated her about the trip because now she thinks that they're going, all they're going to want to do is gamble and drink, and when the two of them get together, they get a bit out of control. So Kim wants to know, do you think it's wrong if I say something to him about his brother's behavior and that I just don't want him to ruin our trip? What do you think, WWGD? What would Greek do?
I don't think there's anything wrong if she says that, especially if she has some past things to bring up. So yeah, I'm excited to obviously celebrate our anniversary. It's great. Hopefully we have a lot more together. But every time your brother comes and you act like two knuckleheads. Let's not ruin the trip. And I don't want you to lose a lot of money and get drunk off your ass. Have a good time. Go out with him, do whatever you want, but I just want to put this out there. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. Especially if there's been past performances, and it sounds like it through the email that there's been some issues. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying something to him that, I just don't want to repeat performance. And I want to have a good time. And I also say, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I love you, and I'm excited. But I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. If there was never a problem in the past, then it's different. But it sounds like there's been problems. Dom?
Sorry, I was on the phone for a second for that one. But well, if it's she doesn't want the brother coming, right?
Yeah, I mean, she just wants to be like, should I talk to him about his brother's behavior? Do you think it's wrong if I say something about his behavior and that I just don't want him to ruin our trip? Maybe not necessarily say he can't come or meet them there, but just should she say like anything about his behavior?
I would make sure that at least they have their own little time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Make sure that he's not going to be there every second during their vacation because she thought it was their vacation.
Mm-hmm.
You also don't want him to, like they get drunk and he's out of control and all that, and then he gambles more. Because when you're there and you lose, you're not happy if you lose. It could affect the trip, but I don't think there's anything wrong with her saying it. Or she could be like, if you're a knucklehead, no sex.
There you go. Perfect.
Just saying.
All right. Well, good luck to Kim, Robert, and Steve. If you ever want to get G-Man's advice, and you'll get Dom's 2 cents and sometimes mine, you can always email Franny@realradio921.com.
Thank you, Franny. Appreciate the emails. Thank you for your help, as always.
Right now, we have a caller that wants to talk to you real quick, Greek. It's JT.
JT, what's happening?
Hey, real quick, man. Y'all doing a great job. Just wanted to say something earlier about that lady that was, did statutory rape on her 15-year-old stepson.
Mm-hmm.
What I was going to say is it's wrong, no doubt. But I feel like in the world today that everyone is like, just like with Bill Belichick, we're all judging everybody all the time. And if we're supposed to love God and Jesus, we're not supposed to judge everybody. Let God judge them. You know what I mean? But we know it's wrong, but we're not supposed to be the ones always trying to correct everything. You know what I mean? That's what I feel about this world sometimes. We're all get caught up in judging everybody. You know what I mean?
Well, anytime there's something that comes out there, JT, everybody's going to have an opinion. The difference between Belichick and this situation is Belichick's not breaking a law.
No.
This woman did.
Yeah,
So that's
you're right.
She's committing a crime, and it was also her stepson, so she's also cheating on her husband with his kid.
Yeah, it's all wrong. You're right. It's all wrong. And no doubt, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying that, I feel like she done ruined her life already, and like she don't need anyone else judging her. She done ruined it. She played her card and she screwed her whole life up. So that's enough for her. That's on her. You know what I mean? It's not on me or you.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of people feel that way, that you have to answer to one person, it's yourself. But when anything gets out there in society, in the mainstream, in social media, you're going to get opinions on everything from people. And unfortunately, that's the bad part of social media, good, bad, or indifferent. But appreciate the call. We're against it. Yep. But thank you so much for always listening. And keep listening, pal. Thank you, pal. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. I hope you guys had a good day. Enjoyed the show. Don't forget, you're going to get a keyword coming at you in a few minutes from our boy Rover. That'll take you into the 3 o'clock hour. Dominic, thanks for your help. Good job as always. Thank you. Chamamba.
Well, Chamamba.
Good job as always. Franny, thanks for dinner last night, showing up. I was worried.
Thank you for dinner, G-Man.
Thank me. You kidding me? It was my pleasure. I drove around that restaurant. I got there at 5. I drove around for 3 hours.
Oh, were you the guy doing valet?
Yeah, I was. I was doing valet. Great job. Thank you for everything you do every single day. You make the world a better place.
Thanks, G-Man, for everything. Of course, Dom, thank you for everything. And speaking of things that I do, check out our blog, realradio921.com, Penthouse blog. I put up an insane video of a woman trying to bust into a cockpit because of a delayed flight. And guess what? The flight got even more delayed.
Oh, my God. I can't even imagine this.
And she got kicked off. And then you can still check out our stories from our dinner yesterday if you're wondering what Anthony was talking about how good Dom blows. That's our story. Real Radio 921 Instagram. And, of course, make sure you're hanging out for a few more minutes because we got another keyword coming your way for you to get $1,000 in your hand. You take the keyword, you enter it, realradio921.com. Adios, folks.
And the Panthers tonight up in Tampa. They will come back to South Florida if they lose. Panthers tonight, they're playing Game 5. Do you think they will end it for Tampa Bay, or will this come back to Florida for Game 6? Never said I was
Definitely
great.
Come back to Florida.
I was never said. And again, not a false statement. Technically, if I go to the mattresses with this, I would be correct because it is Florida. But for blanks and giggles, I was wrong. Love you guys. You're the best audience in the world for the best show in the world. Peace, and we're very humble.
This is Real Radio 92.1, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round 1 is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeart Radio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
95 and the Turnpike are both up to speed. Look out for delays. Military Trail north at 45th Street. We do have a left turn lane that's blocked there. Roadwork Beeline Highway north, right before Blue Heron Boulevard. Right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
Looking to sell your ride? Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the big cash giveaway. Hey, it's Franny, and they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Mail-in entry? That's 250 chances. Sell them your car? That's 1,000 chances to win. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Enter your VIN, get a top dollar offer in minutes, and ditch the tire kickers for good.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Leo Schofield spent decades in prison for a crime Jeremy Scott later confessed to. Season 2 of the hit podcast Bone Valley investigates how Jeremy's violent past unfolded and who else may have suffered his wrath.
This is a case that should never happen. If I told you got it wrong, you got the wrong man.
Listen to Bone Valley on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Bone Valley.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-THIRD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around, just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well, with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword grand at realradio921.com. That's grand. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? Your bet. I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 in all. Scrap the whole bet? Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a 6-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line? Still +1. +1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets? Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets. Fine. Come on. $1,000 a point. Okay, take this. And this is a gift for me.
It is the Greek Zone on a Wednesday. NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, and NHL tonight. All going on. Getting ready. The Greek Zone is a sports handicapping show where we talk about the betting lines, where the money is, and what to bet on. Every day we get a handicapper who joins us and gives us their opinion of what's going on in the sports gambling world. And guys who do research and homework, which you need when you're sports betting. If you are betting on sports, you should be doing it with the Hard Rock, either their app or getting down to one of their locations. The Qatar, or maybe Seminole, Coconut Creek, or Tampa. We'll look at the NBA lines as we speak. Good afternoon, Dominic. How are you?
I'm doing all right, G-Man.
And if you want to get involved with the Greek Zone, you can pick up the phone at 877-927-6969. Warriors and Rockets tonight. That game will kick off. And you got the Rockets -4, over under 204. Then you got LeBron in Minnesota. LA's got their backs against the Hollywood sign. And the Lakers are giving 5.5. 209 is the over. When we look at some player props, which I know a lot of people like to invest in.
31.5 for Luka.
I was just going to say that.
I know.
Luka, 31.5 points. Ooh, I don't know. Anthony Edwards, 28.5. LeBron, 28.5. I think LeBron's shooting tonight. He's going down swinging.
26.5.
Is it 26? I would go with LeBron over. Julius Randle, 20.5. Reeves, 18.5. I would go with LeBron over. I think this could be their last game, and I think he's going to come out and score some points. My opinion. Now, if you look at rebounds, LeBron, 9.5. That's a lot. Assists, LeBron, 6.5. Threes are always interesting. Edwards, 3.5. Luka, 3.5. Luka takes a lot of threes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he does. He's always bang, bang. He has that step back, standard move, boom. 3.5 on him. Not bad. Anthony Reeves, 2.5. He's not a bad one either because
once he gets hot, he's hot.
yeah, and he shoots a lot of them. But again, when you're betting these player props, look at the lines. So Anthony Edwards is 3.5 for argument's sake, but it's -150. You got to put up 150. Luka over 3 -120. LeBron over 1.5 -200. Those are a lot when you start looking at things like that.
I got a play for you.
Go ahead.
Combos. You do the points, assists, rebounds.
For who?
LeBron James, 43.5. Between points, assists, and rebounds, I feel like he's going to try to,
And what are the odds?
-115.
That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. You put up, and if you're listening to the Greek Zone for the first time, where have you been? No. That means you got to put up $115 to win 100. Now, for point-wise, Luka over 31.5 is -125. That's 125. That's, you put up 125 for 100. Edwards, -120. LeBron, -120. You're putting up 120 there. But I do like that. Now, if you go to the Rocket game, Jimmy Butler coming off a huge game, the last game. If you go on the player props for points, you got Steph Curry over 25.5. Steph can do that when he gets off the bus, to be honest with you. But it's minus 125. Jimmy Butler minus 20 at minus 115. That's another one you're going to look at. Who do we have, Dom? Somebody on hold?
Yep, we have JT on the phone.
JT, what's up?
Hey, just wanted to comment, with the Lakers situation. I would take Luka over because he's going to ball out tonight. And I think LeBron's going to ball out tonight. I think you got that right on the point.
Yeah, I think they're both going to have to if the Lakers are going to win. Obviously, with LeBron and Luka, these guys are both not shy to shoot, and I think they'll be shooting as soon as they get off the bus.
Yeah, I think LA's going to win tonight and force a game 6, but I don't know from there. But I just think they're going to get at least 6 games out of the series.
Yeah, I mean, they might. There's no doubt about it. Minnesota's a very good team, and Edwards is a stud. I mean, the Lakers lost that game the other day really bad. They were winning 99-90, and within, a minute and a half, they lost that lead and ended up getting beat. So it's a game that slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, well, they need to make some adjustments, and what they need to do is when they do that pick and roll, they need to do it at a different angle on the screen so they can get the big man to the basket for lobs. They need to start doing, and stop doing isolation basketball and start moving the ball around, and then they'll have a chance to win.
Yeah, I also think, him playing everybody as much as he did, you're not going to see that. He played those guys all in the second half. He didn't make one substitute, J.J. Redick, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think they lost a little steam at the end. Like I said, with 3 minutes and change left, the Lakers were up 99-90, and they lost that lead just like that. And couple calls, but in every single game there's calls that go your way and don't. But I think they were a little tired.
No, you're right. I agree with you. I just think that they got to put it all on the table tonight, and then they got Maxey. I think Khalifa is supposed to be able to play tonight. I'd put him in too because he's 6'10". I'd use him.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is too, and he's coaching tonight. Whatever's not working, you got to make an adjustment quick, because if not, you're going home.
10-4 on that. I believe you on that. Like I said, you're doing a good job. Every time you tell me something about betting, I listen to you because you're wise.
Well, thank you. Thank you, JT. Appreciate it. Thanks.
You have a good one, brother.
You too, pal. Thank you. 877-927-6969. If you look at the NHL tonight, Panthers, Lightning are minus 115. But Lightning minus 1.5 goals plus 200. Ooh, that might be something you can look into. Plus 200 for them with the Lightning. And then if you go to Major League Baseball, there's a couple games going on right now. The Marlins are taking on the Dodgers. But the Dodgers are already given 2.5 runs. That's a lot in that situation. I don't like teams the day after they score a ton of runs. They just scored 15. It's just something I don't like. Not that I don't bet it, but I don't like it. You got Atlanta and Colorado. Atlanta minus 2.5 runs. I mean, they're really, for this early in the season, they're really diming you out on things, to be honest. And let's see what else. Yankees minus 1.5 against Baltimore. Yankees bats are hot. I might go with the Yanks minus 1.5 in that game. Washington and Philly. Philly minus 1.5, minus 105, or 230 on the one run. I will never get a bet a baseball game over minus 150. Again, we'll explain the odds for you in case you're new. That's minus 150. That means you put up 150 to win 100. First of all, the line is based on in baseball. 90% of it is based on the pitchers. Today's pitchers, they don't pitch past 5 innings. So when you take a bet like that, you can be tapped 7-6. It happens all the time, but I definitely am going in that situation where I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this because I want to try to get my money's worth in a situation like that. But Steph Curry tonight over on rebounds, 4.5. Lightning minus 1.5 goals plus 200. That's strong. Braves, maybe. Yankees in total runs. So let's put a 5-teamer in. How about this one, Dom? What do you think this pays? 1, 2, 3. So we got over Steph Curry rebounds. Minus 110. Lightning minus, they got to win by 2 goals, plus 200. Braves to win by 2.5 runs, minus 120. Yankees to win by 1.5 runs, plus 140. And the over on the Mets and Diamondbacks, minus 110. $100 brings you back $4,800.
Woohoo!
That's not bad. Now, if we take out say the Braves, just for blanks, because they got to win by 3 runs.
That's a lot.
The parlay pays $2,600, but it's Steph Curry over on rebounds, Lightning, Yankees, and the over in the Mets and the Diamondbacks. That's still good for $100. It's not bad. We'll send that to you immediately and get that in as we speak. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. It is the Greek Zone. We do have Kelly calling us from the Visa Network today, 2:35. He was just away. I think he was in the Caribbean or someplace.
Ooh.
So we'll see what he says and how he had a good time or not. You guys can always get involved with us by calling us at 877-927-6969. NBA tonight, Warriors and Rockets. Any opinion, Dom?
Warriors and Rockets. I'm going to go Warriors.
Plus the 4?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, plus the 4. He likes them. And then the Lakers and Minnesota. Can Minnesota stay within that 5.5, or will you lay it with the Lakers?
I'm going to go with Minnesota at this one.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Getting the 5.5. Yeah, because I think the world's going to be on the Lakers tonight. That's the whole thing. I don't like when one side is heavy to the other side. It's not always, but everybody's like, all right, it's game 6. The LA's home. It's going to be crazy. The fans are going to go crazy. And that's when you go the other way.
Real quick, G-Man, they just had Tyrese Halliburton on the Pat McAfee show.
Mm-hmm.
And he did say that he went over to Giannis afterwards and apologized for his father's actions.
That's nice. That's what he should do. And he should tell his dad in the future, you know what? Don't act like a knucklehead.
Yep.
Don't do that. And again, I think it's bad when they get in their face and obviously they start using profanity. There's no place for that. I think security is bad in the NBA games and in NFL. I've said it for years. There are going to be people who argue. People have so much passion for sports. When you add gambling into it, which is legal in 41 states now, or 40 states, and there are some stadiums you could bet at, you're going to add that too. But there should never be beat downs like you see every year where people, and it's all concrete, by the way, people get bounced off the floor, just different. There should be security everywhere at all the games. And the NBA, I think when the game's ready to end, should be roped off. That's it. You can't get on the court.
Like in the finals.
Yep. And if you go on the court, you're going to get arrested, you get fined or whatever. He should have never been able to get that close to the Greek Freak. Because God forbid, one time, you might see a problem going forward. I'm surprised there hasn't been other problems where they have to, when championships, they swarm the court and the guys are there trying to get off and things like that. But to me, no, it's security, and there's no excuse because we have the money. They don't have millions. They got billions. So it shouldn't be done. And for him going up to the Greek Freak and saying, hey, that was my dad, I'm sorry, that's the right thing to do. I would also talk to the dad like, hey, you know what? I want to get in the game and in the headlines because I scored 25 and we won, not because you're a knucklehead. And that's really what the case is. And a lot of these situations, just like it's always something bad that puts people more in the limelight or people finding out who there is. Example, Bill Belichick's girlfriend. People know her name's Jordan. Before that, they didn't even know who she was. Last night, this fight, when this happens, it's things you don't want to be in the news for.
And it was right after his son just had a game winner for to win the whole matchup.
I mean, again, that's what should be celebrated.
Exactly.
I said even the same thing with the NFL draft. Nobody's talking about the draft. You didn't hear anything about the number 1 pick. You really didn't?
Yeah.
All you heard about was Sanders not being picked. And that's a shame for all the other kids who busted their ass, and it's probably one of the biggest moments in their life. You get drafted. For you and your family, nobody's talking about it. And as it went on, it got bigger and bigger and bigger. To wherever I was over those 2 days, that's all anybody consumed and talk. Can you believe Sanders isn't getting picked?
They didn't care about what the next pick was or who it was.
Nope. And then people came up with all their theories. Oh, it's prejudice. Oh, it's the NFL sending a message. Oh, it's a conspiracy. Oh, they don't like Dion. That's all I heard. I didn't hear who got hurt, who got who. And it's the first draft I can remember where I didn't even hear people, even down here, with the Dolphins talking about who they got.
Yep.
Just, oh, yeah, they got an offensive lineman. But can you believe, Sanders Skid didn't get picked? So that was a shame of that. For me, as a sports fan, that's the way I saw it, because I think it's bad for all the other kids who work so hard, and it's their shiny moment. And all anybody else cared about is that. So that's just our society. It's out there. And like you said last night, with his father doing something like that, that takes away from the moment. I mean, that's it. You should talk about the play on the field or the court and the next step. Hey, we just won a championship. I wouldn't be happy with that, obviously. There are situations where a lot of these teams, we talk about Cooper Flagg, you brought up with his mother, Zach Wilson a couple of years ago with his mom on Instagram.
Do you remember the time with Kevin Durant's mom with PJ Tucker?
Yeah.
You remember that? But they're at least friendly, that whole group.
Yeah. I mean, again, there are situations. I think it's harder with a mom than a dad, where, you see them get a little bit out of control or lose their temper or whatever it is. But it's your family. If I was in that level, I would never put my family courtside. I put them in a box up top where they're away from everybody. Because if you're that big, also what happens is fans in today's life, not years ago, they figure out who they are.
Yep, who's who.
Yeah, and they show them and stuff like that. And, you're putting a bullseye on you with people. Because there are people who are going to go after you just because you're that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like Flagg's parents, they go to the game. You wear number 2 real big, I'm gonna assume, that's your mom and your dad. Not that people don't buy jerseys, but you're sitting close. It's really not hard to figure out when these kids' parents go or ball players. They show them on TV all the time. They put their names right under there, and then people know right away. So when you're going to a game, you should act, with respect and be professional. I've never used profanity at a game in my entire life. Never yelled like that. You root for your team, and that's it. You move on. But when you're somebody that's tied to it as much as these people are, that's another level, and you got to think. And also, you got to think of your kid. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't want my kid dealing with that. And if he has a big game, then it's not, it's not so much that. Like Caitlin Clark, when she played, and all they did was show her boyfriend. Constantly show her boyfriend. Because they wanted everybody to know she had a guy in her life. And that was important to them. But to me, you're at the game, you pay the money for the ticket, be respectful, and treat people the way you want to be treated. What do you got, Tom?
We have Evan on the phone.
Evan, what's happening?
Hey, boys. I just watched the interview. Deion Sanders was, I guess it was a couple days ago. He was on a TV talk show called Cameron Hall.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who it is, but some lady, really pretty lady. And he was talking, and she was asking she's a really good reporter or talk show host, because she was asking some, pretty good poignant questions.
Mm-hmm.
And one she says, "What's going to happen if you don't like the team that your son gets picked up?" He goes, "I'm going to intervene and tell him that he's not going. I'm his father." And he was going on for like 10 minutes about what he was going to do.
Yeah, that was in a recent interview. That was old.
Oh, that was?
Yeah,
I just saw.
Yeah, it was a little while ago. I mean, it wasn't yesterday or today, obviously, because of the draft. But he said that about a month ago, that he would intervene and he would tell him not to go.
Yeah, but and he was going into really a lot of detail and all that stuff, and I think that was a big part of it, as well, because he goes, "I'm his father," and he was going on about how his father and God and all this stuff. He was going on, and he's got like a vision of what's going to happen to him and all this. And really got, and you're going like, wow, maybe he is going to try to, like take over his, any team, like they got to go through Dion before anything happens, and I thought, well, that's kind of.
Well, he said that I don't think that's helped him in the whole situation. I think it was a combination of he's an okay quarterback, if you want to use the word good. He didn't have a great record at college in Colorado. I think he was one game over 500. But Deion's attitude hurt him. The son's attitude hurt him, too. Also, I think when he thought he was smarter than everybody else and he was like, well, I'm going to tank these interviews because of places I don't want to go, I think the NFL got wind of it, and there was a lot of people who weren't going to pick him at all. Now he's got to play and he's got to perform. And if he doesn't, he'll end up getting cut. They won't care.
Well, Yeah, and one thing what people don't talk about is, well, they do talk about what was the first rounder? What was his name? Second rounder? What was his name? Goes both ways.
No, first rounder, Hunter.
Hunter, yeah, he was second. Yeah, he was second pick. That's what
Yeah.
I meant.
Mhm.
Yeah, Hunter, and then Horton. There's what bailed him out at Colorado. If he didn't have those two receivers, you know.
Well, you can say that in every quarterback. Every quarterback's successful. You know, Ohio State, Alabama, they've had studs. They all do. So you could say it was more of his attitude. If he was humble and embraced the whole experience with the NFL, with the combine and the different things, you know, and he had that thing with his watch, he would always point to his watch and all that stuff adds to it. And the other part of it, too, is if you're a coach, you think if I get him and we have a bad year, he's going to call the owner and tell us, to hire his father. And nobody wants to be out of a job. So even though Deion says, I'm not interested in coaching, who knows where he is? He goes to Colorado this year. They don't have a great year. He might be, I'll go to pros and coach my son. So, I mean, that's another element there.
Yeah, I think Deion's lost a little bit of his clout that he had a couple years ago. You know, when he first came out and everybody was, Colorado was playing, almost every week on one of the number one games of the week. And then last year it wasn't as good. But I think won 3 games or 4 games in a row, and then they petered out that season.
Last year they had a better record than the first year, but he has done, a fantastic job with that university and that program. He's brought in millions and $millions to the community. The team sold out again this year. He's done a great job, but, handling of his kids, I mean, I don't think it was a great move. I think it hurt him, but you know what? He may beg to differ. And, Eli Manning did the same thing in a different approach. When he got drafted by the Chargers, and then he went to the Giants, but it was a totally different thing all around. And Eli Manning was a stud coming out of college.
Sure, and then but yeah, he had such a different attitude. He wasn't like carrying around $1 million and gold watches and all that kind of crap. And his legacy, he didn't have all that crap either. He was just a quiet guy that just wanted to play. Didn't want to play in what was it, San Diego?
Yeah. I mean, again, but it was still something nobody ever did because, when you get drafted, and you go through it. They were like, no, we don't want to go there. And people do feel behind the scenes they forced a trade to the Giants, and the NFL also wanted a Manning in New York because that helps. I mean, all these are just different things. But Deion's kid's not the first kid who put up a stink. He's just the first kid in social media land. And with all this hype around him for 2 years, it didn't help him. But we'll see what happens.
John Elway did not want to go to Indianapolis.
No.
And also Bo Jackson didn't want to go to Tampa.
Yeah, there are situations, but you talk Elway, Manning, and Bo Jackson to Sanders' kid, it's night and day. Night and day.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, Bo Jackson, unbelievable. Probably one of the best athletes in the last 30 years. Evan, we got to go because we got to go to break, but thanks for keeping in touch and always calling us with an opinion. We appreciate it.
I'll be listening.
All right, peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I feel bad for anybody who shares a name with a notorious criminal, or in our case, Jeffrey LaRoque. Like, here's a realtor in Washington, D.C. named Jeffrey LaRoque. Could you imagine anybody he knows? They search his name, and instead of finding him, they find our Jeffrey LaRoque.
There's actually a worse Jeffrey LaRoque. ULRIC, Ulrich Jeffrey LaRoque. Mm-hmm. Way worse.
What?
He screwed his dog.
No.
Put it on YouTube.
Rover's Morning Glory. 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. If you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse, call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Delray accident is slowing us down 2 right lanes blocked, I-95 south at Linton Boulevard. Crash there. Accident Glades Road at Lyons Road. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Hey, it's Megan here for the Glass Chamber, my local smoke shop. All things vape and all things smoke, exotic sodas, Puffco, Mike Tyson wraps, Raz, HQD, and always the newest disposables. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With the latest and greatest in the industry, why wouldn't you? 8 convenient locations. Just visit GlassChamberFL.com and buy the best quality glass pieces and accessories from your favorite store online and have it shipped directly to your home. That's the Glass Chamber, your and my local smoke shop.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Atlantic Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. That's AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Wednesday morning. Plenty of sunshine to go around with just a couple of clouds coming on shore. A comfortable start out there as well with temperatures in the 70s, inland spots falling into the 60s, but we're all going to be headed back towards about the low 80s later this afternoon, staying mostly dry through the day. Rain chances increase for us later this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
Wilmer Valderrama and Freddie Rodriguez welcome another amigo to their podcast, Dos Amigos. Wilmer's friend and former That 70s Show castmate Topher Grace stops by the Speakeasy for a two-part interview to discuss his career and reminisce about old times.
We were still in that place of like, what will this experience become? And you go, you're having the best time you're ever going to have. Yeah. But it was like such a perfect golden time.
Listen to Dos Amigos on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dos Amigos.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Wednesday, getting ready for the NBA playoffs tonight. Panthers and Lightning. That game is at 7:30. Pregame starts at 7 on Real Radio. Warriors looking to make the Rockets go home and go to sleep. And also same thing with Minnesota taking on the Lakers. Rockets favored by 4, and they are home over the Warriors. And the Lakers laying 5.5 as they take on Minnesota. 2 good games, and we'll see what happens. Yes, Don.
Golden State 15-1 in series records when leading by 3-1.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, over what they've accomplished over the last 9-10 years, being in the final 6 times, and 3-1 big lead. I mean, that's winning the series. That's not winning Game 6. That's winning the series.
That, you know what the one time is
But LeBron.
Yep.
Yeah, and LeBron, I mean, he won the title with the Cleveland that one time. And I think they beat Cleveland 3 times in the finals. Again, I don't have anything in front of me. I don't have computers and 17 interns. And that was the year where Draymond Green got suspended for Game 5.
Mm-hmm.
And that took him right out of it. I mean, they still won Game 5 and had to do the rest, obviously. But, yeah, that was one of those situations where Cleveland definitely took advantage of when Draymond was really a stud and a great player. He's got 4 rings. But, yeah, it was one of those situations where his temper, and he's had a couple problems already again this series. He still doesn't understand that him on the court is better than off the court. And he's one of those guys, he plays by his only drum. I mean, his own drum. And he does what he does. And good ball player still, not a big scorer, but he's definitely a detriment to his team when he's on the bench. This guy just got back from vacation. It's a Wednesday with him in the house. Kelly from the Visa Network. Kelly, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, Greek. How you doing, man?
You sound jacked up and energized, which is good. How was your trip?
Oh, it was awesome. Turks and Caicos for a week, just sitting by the pool and the beach for most of the time, sipping on, some frozen cocktails. And it was a good time, man. Great time. Very relaxing.
All right. I'm glad you went down there, worked on the tan. We got some NBA playoffs. Big game tonight for hockey down here. For us with the Panthers. We are at home of the Panthers taking on the Lightning. But let's start, and also MLB. Anything that stands out in the card tonight for you? And what are your thoughts about the Lakers with their backs against the wall? Do they rise to the occasion, or they go to Paramount Lot 6 and start working on a new script? Oh, we lost him. Kelly will call back. We just had him, and he just lost us. It is the Greek Zone on 92.1 Real Radio. He should call us back momentarily. We just lost him. He just started talking to us from the Visa Network about what's going on, and it was a bad connection.
Too many frozen cocktails.
Maybe. He was, I was sending him a quick text. Maybe he was a little bit under the weather. We'll see what happens. It's the Greek Zone at 877-927-69.
69.
Yeah, 69. I'm doing the text at the same time. So hopefully he calls us back, and we'll see what Kelly's got going on for the games tonight. But that is the number to call. Panthers, again, don't forget, 7:30 is the time for the game. 7 o'clock is the pregame on Real Radio. Panthers lead the series 3-1. And I do believe we have Kelly back on. Kelly, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm here. I don't know what happened. Sorry, guys.
What about the Lakers tonight? You think they win, or you think they go home? Or, again, last game they were up by 9, 99-90, and ended up, falling apart. And LeBron and them seemed a little tired. He didn't, at one time, ever substitute. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like the Wolves tonight. It's a bet for me. That is
really
the one bet on the NBA card tonight. I'm on the Wolves catching 6. I think you're going to give me 6 points. I got the better team going to close out this series. I didn't play the money line. I think when you're talking point spreads in the NBA, I'm getting over 5.5 points. You get to the end of the game, free throw game, getting over that number is big. I'm sure Lakers could pull off a win tonight. I'm not as confident, though, as a lot of other people seem to be, that they're going to go home and get everything right. I think I think we're back to Greek a little bit of kind of what's getting caught up in the media reaction, seemingly, is kind of when this trade happened for Luka Doncic. It's not about this year. This team was never constructed to win this year.
Yeah.
This is about the next 5 years. And honestly, I think that I know we all love to freak out about the Lakers and the Cowboys and stuff, but the roster is not constructed well to work around what Luka Doncic and LeBron James can do. And frankly, I don't blame J.J. Redick for what he pulled last game and playing all his 5 starters for the entire second half. Who else is he supposed to turn to? There's nobody on that bench to help out, really.
I know, but you got guys on the bench. I think he should at least give them a minute or two to, catch their breath here in the third or fourth quarter, because at the end, you could tell they were gassed. I mean, they had the lead 99-90. You got professional guys on that bench. I mean, these guys are getting paid millions of dollars too. Somebody should have went in, but he didn't trust them. I get it. And J.J. Redick, people got to realize, is a rookie coach. So he's going to make some mistakes along the way, like a lot of people do. But the Lakers, that was a series for me when they were up 99-90 with 3 minutes left and they lost the game.
Yeah, 100%. And that was, I think those types of conversations, even with him being a rookie head coach, I think we know he knows LeBron James.
Yep.
I would imagine he's going up to LeBron and Luka Doncic and asking, hey, can you guys do this? And if they're getting a yes out of those, because I'm telling players, I'm not going to blame JJ for that. I don't know if maybe you needed to sell some of the other guys for a little bit. Keep some fresh guys because they were gassed. But there's no interest sitting on that bench. The Minnesota Timberwolves are a more well-rounded team. Obviously, right now they got the best offensive player in the series on their side, and Anthony Edwards. He's outperforming Luka Doncic and LeBron James. And this is a team. We're going to go back to March 1st. This Minnesota Timberwolves.
Kelly, I don't know if you moved, but all of a sudden we're losing you a little. You're going in and out a little. I don't know if you moved location.
You got me, Greg?
Now we do.
You got me?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. I don't know what's going on with the phone today. Sorry. This Timberwolves team, though, you go back to March 1st, they are 20-5. They've got the 4th best net rating in the NBA. They're a top 10 offensive and defensive team. They've been on a roll, and just because they're in Minnesota and we like to make Rudy Gobert Defensive Player of the Year jokes, we don't take this team seriously. And this is a roster that's been constructed and thought about for the past 2 years of what they were going to look like in the playoffs. They've been built to beat teams like Denver. This Lakers team does not have enough ammunition sitting over there to put up a fight. I like Minnesota. I think they likely close it out tonight, but if you're going to give me 6 points, I'll gladly take it. Sure, I think Luka and LeBron could have big games tonight, but I think the sum of the parts is too much on the Minnesota side.
Talking to Kelly from the Visa Network about his opinion on the games. And what about the Warriors and the Rockets? Jimmy Butler playing great as he came back. Rockets a 2 seed, and I talked about this with you and other people on the Greek Zone. Thought it was odd that the Warriors were favorites big when they're a 7 seed and the Rockets are 2, but looks like maybe they were right.
Oh yeah, this was. I think for anybody who bets NBA regularly, or professionally, or if you ask some of the odds makers, the Rockets would have told you the Rockets were probably about the seventh power rated team out of the Western Conference heading into the playoffs. So man, yeah, you might as well reverse the seeds as far as I'm concerned, because I think Golden State probably is the second best team in the West. I'll tell you, Greek. All I'm hearing, though, tonight, I'm sitting on the sidelines for this one. I think all I'm hearing from guys I respect is they are all over the Houston Rockets. And my biggest concern is who's scoring for this team. Because that was the concern headed into this matchup, and it has been real ugly the past couple of games. Jalen Green provided nothing the last game. I do think I am going to play a player prop on him, probably over his three-pointers made. He's a scorer. He's a natural born scorer, especially when you get these young cocky scorers, man. They're not losing a series going down without taking some shots. So I think over threes made for him is probably a good player prop bet tonight. I'm going to probably end up on. But yeah, all I can tell you, there's a lot of sharp guys I know that are laying points and running to lay the points with the Rockets tonight. That I can't fully get there because I think the better team is on the other side.
Boston and the Cavs look like they're on a collision course to meet in the Eastern Conference Final. Both did what they had to do. Cavs destroyed the Heaters down here bad. Boston won in 5 games. When you look at this series, and again, it's not done yet, but it's close, and Cleveland does have the home court, could this be the year they have enough, or do you think Boston still, with their great starting 5, and with Brown and obviously Tatum, have too much for them?
Yeah, I think it's something to monitor for sure, Greek. I mean, look, I think no matter if we would have had this conversation a month ago, I would have said I think it's going to be a series and probably would have given an edge to Boston, but I thought it would have been a close series. Boston is banged up right now, man. I mean, they got hurt guys all across that roster, so let's see how they get through the next series, and if all those guys can either get healthier or if injuries get worse. That could really define what that series turns into. I mean, if you told me I had to bet one of those two right now, it would be the Cleveland Cavaliers. They are the team that's firing on all cylinders. So, really interested to see what we get in that matchup. I'm interested to see what this next round looks like with the Pacers against the Cavs, because I think this Pacers team is coming in, in pretty good form. This group has largely been together for the past couple of years now. I think they showed, especially in the game last night, a ton of confidence and rhythm that they're playing with right now. That I don't think it's going to be a complete steamrolling by the Cavs. However, I think I think the odds are a little too much in the favor of the Pacers. I think the Cavs should be even bigger favorites in that series. Greek, I want to talk NBA with you. I do want to get one bet out there. I was running to make. Anybody's interested in soccer today? Champions League semifinals. I just went a goal with Barcelona at plus 130. My soccer guy's been on fire recently, so I'm just riding his coattails on this one. Yeah, all right. Barcelona starts in about 20 minutes.
All right, Barcelona getting a little added extra from the guys today. We got Kelly giving us a game in soccer, which is an added bonus on the Greek Zone. All winning bets are accepted here.
You know me, I ain't coming on with you often and giving soccer bets out, but that's the one that I'm rolling with. And Greg, I don't know if you've seen the news. I know I come on here and talk betting, but I had to bring it up real quick.
No, go.
When I was last working in South Florida, he was one of the last athletes that I got a chance to cover while he was playing high school ball. And Jordan Travis just announced that he's retiring from football. I don't know if you saw the news come down in the past 20 minutes.
No.
Leg injury, was not able to rehab from it at all. Just informed the Jets today that he's going to be retiring from the game. And look, a local kid down there, 5'6", played over at Oxbridge Academy. It was awesome watching him and Travis Homer in that same backfield back there. And just I tip the cap to that whole family who I got to know a little bit, and to Jordan, who was just an awesome kid to not only cover in high school but talk to in college and throughout his pro career too. And just an awful injury that shaped that entire Florida State season, and he was just never able to recover from it. So an absolute shame. But I wanted to recognize how much that kid meant to Florida State and to Palm Beach County down there.
Yeah, again, always good when you can give accolades to kids. And like you said, when you watch them growing up and see how they develop and take it to the top level in the NFL, Couldn't get back from, obviously, the rehab, but definitely a stud. No doubt about it. We're talking to Kelly from the Visa Network. Have you started dabbling into baseball at all?
Oh, man, a little bit. I definitely picked things up, a little bit more into June once the NBA calms down a little bit. But I always think these first couple months, it's fun to make some of these monthly most win bets. It's been a popular topic on my show the past couple of years in the morning. So we were digging into that the past couple of days. I know some of the books will have May most wins posted here. Some put them up last night. Some are posting them here today. I think there's some interesting betting options out there. The Padres, my co-host Gil Alexander, he's been doing great with these. He nailed a bunch of these last summer, these monthly most wins, and I know he's all over the San Diego Padres in that market, so I'm tailing along with him on that one. Another prop that someone brought up to me today that I absolutely love. I know it's up at DraftKings. I don't know how many other books have it up right now. But it's straight up Aaron Judge versus the field for AL MVP is where we're at right now with Aaron Judge minus 600.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. On April 30th, Greek, I'll take the field, meaning everybody else who plays in the American League at 4-1. Yeah, I'll take that on April 30th.
I think that's I would too. That's too much. I mean, he's not Judge. I mean, he's off to a very good start. Not saying he's not, but man, I would definitely take that too. I like that bet. Talking to Kelly from the Visa Network. What were your thoughts on Sanders? Everybody has an opinion on Sanders not getting picked in the 5th round, and a lot of people lost money on it.
Yeah, bizarre story. Man, there's so much to unpack there, Greek.
Yeah.
I think it's very fascinating how much the draft process has developed. Just to I'll bring back to another Palm Beach County kid. Mark Jackson was kind of one of the first guys that we really made a big deal about going into the draft without an agent. And there's been a lot of pros and a lot of cons with that over the years. I mean, those moves were made, and I'd understood them for a lot of players where, hey, if you're going to slot a salary for a draft spot, then you don't really need an agent for the business side of it when you're heading into the draft. But I think Shedeur is now going to be a cautionary tale of why you need to be a little bit more careful with that. I mean, I thought Schefter's report yesterday was very eye-opening about how Shedeur's number was being sent around to every single team, and when usually the agent has control over that. And, no surprise then if something happens like the prank call situation, but, not okay or not cool to see happen, that's for sure. And, Shedeur, as far as a player, I mean, I don't understand what the Browns, rating system was as far as having Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
I'll gamble more with a kid that, if you're telling me the bigger concern is off the field attitude stuff versus what he can do on the field, I'll take that kid over the guy who might be great off the field, but he sucks on the field.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think there's still a possible future for Shedeur Sanders, and nobody should be writing them off just yet. And I just think for some of the upcoming players in future years, especially these guys that get greedy off NIL money and stuff, this is going to be probably a good cautionary tale for a lot of them of how they should be approaching the draft process a little differently.
Yeah, it definitely. It's a situation where I believe, and I've said this before, where the people running this didn't realize how much it's going to get out of control. And it's the same situation that I said with sports betting. When sports betting became legal in all the states, a lot of people that were running this and got involved didn't realize the millions and millions, billions of dollars that are involved in sports betting. Had no clue because they weren't in the world. So if you don't have any knowledge with it, you're shocked by these numbers. I wasn't shocked. I know you've done this a lot of your life. I'm sure you weren't surprised, like where the state of New York brings in $1 billion taken in a month. It's a crazy amount. But I think a lot, the same thing with the NIL. The people who developed these and these systems were not aware of how much money would be getting into these kids' hands, whether it's through boosters, NIL, different situations, sponsorships, social media, the way that plays a role. And so these kids, you look at Sanders. Yes, he fell to 5th round, but for an example, he made $6 million last year. He's going to make $5 million over the next 4 years. So, I mean, and one of the, some of these kids, like when they get tempted to stay another year, I don't blame him. You get 20 or 30 million, especially on the rookie deals for quarterbacks. You're going to get more money. But again, the NIL's got to step in and put caps, I think, on it, and also that a kid can only transfer once. Because if not,
yeah, I think
they're not. Nobody's leaving any position or any job unless you're getting more money. Most part. So the same thing with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Greek. And I think it's whether, as we see this stuff continue to develop, I think there's a lot of people that like to flip the switch too much and go from, 5 years ago, we're pounding the table for these kids to get paid, and now all they want to do is cry about the nightmare situation that is NIL. Look, I think you just laid it out perfectly, Greek. A lot of people could, or the people that were in charge, is probably the way to put it, could not predict what was going to happen with sports betting, even though a lot of the rest of us could have. I don't think you could have predicted, most people could not have predicted what you've seen with the NIL stuff, and it's really reshaping sports.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm still happy these kids are getting paid. I was so sick and tired of watching these networks and conferences and programs just benefit off of their entertainment value. At least the kids are getting dollars in their pockets. But you're right, everybody's going to have to learn along the way here, and I think it's fascinating to watch develop. And I think from a betting perspective, just bringing it back to that with the NFL draft. Look, it's been a very profitable vehicle for me betting over the past 10, 12 years has been the NFL draft.
Yeah.
It's certainly gotten tougher since legalization has occurred with sports betting, because these teams are, first of all, I think we have seen media go down a little bit with their draft coverage leading into NFL drafts. They are not hearing, reporters are not getting as much information out of teams, and I think a lot of that is because teams are buttoned up because of the sports betting aspect to it. They know that there is factors involved with that, with what happens with their draft, and I don't think reporters have done a great job, frankly, over the past 3-4 drafts, and Shedeur Sanders is probably the best example.
Well, I think also
I know
the NFL is in bed with gambling. You know that. So, again, it's the only thing that they worry, one of the things they worry about, where an inside information could make somebody millions of dollars, and then, that they don't even realize. Again, I'm going to say the same thing I've said. The people who are making the rules don't understand the game. So that's the hard thing. Like in New York, they're proposing something that you can only bet $5,000 per day, okay, as a sports bettor. That's one of the things they're proposing, and to also control ads, whether it's in television, radio, billboards, or whatever, but mostly, media. And again, when you say something like this, a congressman or a senator, if I was in this meeting, I would look at him and go, bro, do you not realize that this guy can get 20 guys to bet $5,000? Like, you think that's going to be a deterrent? That's not a deterrent.
Not at all, Greek. And honestly, those conversations drive me insane. And it's not like, I don't try to stay away from the political side of it, but it's, man, you don't walk into a bar and they don't shut me off after 5 beers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what are we talking about here? We're talking about an addictive product. I understand you're concerned about safety stuff out there and how it's affecting the general public. These are my civil liberties, in my opinion, and this is something that the government overturned and has told me it is completely legal for me to do. I do not want you controlling the factors with which I do it. I don't want you telling me what I can and can't bet with props. I don't want you telling me how much I can and can't bet in a day. That stuff drives me insane.
It does. But again, the government didn't realize what the kind of money it is. And they're trying to do the good thing. They're trying to be like, oh, we don't want to, have a society of gamblers. It's too late. It's there. It's done. Yeah. The horses are out of the gate. Kelly, always great talking to you.
Back in the box.
That's right. Always great talking to you. Again, you want to give the audience a couple of your picks. You do like Minnesota tonight, correct?
Yeah, I like the Wolves. Wolves +6. Golf bets out for the week. If you want to bet the Byron Nelson long shots into the podcast, go check it out. Pretty quick one for this week, but we dive into the full card for the tournament starting tomorrow.
Thank you, Kelly. Have yourself a great weekend. I hope you keep cashing some tickets. I'm glad you're back, and we'll talk next Wednesday, my friend.
Sounds good. Great. Thanks.
Peace. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. Greek Zone is always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. You get into an accident, give him a call. 561-689-8180. I am the Greek. Good afternoon to everybody. The News Junkies are next. Don't forget the Panthers tonight. The pregame starts at 7. The game kicks off at 7:30 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Have a great afternoon. It was my pleasure to entertain you. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Delray accident slowing us down 2 right lanes blocked. I-95 south at Linton Boulevard. Crash there. Accident Glades Road at Lyons Road. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Doesn't anybody fix things anymore? It's like all we can think about is replacements. Your TV dies, you get a new one. You rip your pants, you get a new pair. Last time I caught a cold, I was worried that wife might trade me in. If your car is worth fixing when it has problems, and your home gets repaired when it needs improvements, how about fixing the garage door your car comes through instead of spending a fortune to replace it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians are not incentivized to upsell you to a new garage door when all you need is an expert repair. We got the parts, we got the training, and the personal drive to think, how can we